Good morning, AAUW Texas members and friends. Welcome to our 50th state conference. I'm Gloria Long, AAUW Texas state president. We are using this golden opportunity to gather, albeit virtually, to celebrate being AAUW in the state of Texas. Today, we will listen to speakers who will celebrate our past and present, pay tribute to the 50th anniversary of the signing of Title IX legislation, and inspire us for the future. We will celebrate our branch fundraising efforts and our outstanding members, recognize our honorary life members, those who have been with AAUW 50 or more years, and our legacy circle members, those who have committed their resources to the future of our organization. And we will also introduce your newly elected AAUW Texas State Board of Directors. None of this would have been possible without the hard work of your AAUW Texas Programs Vice President, Taharee Whaley, and the Local Arrangements Committee, led by Dixie Christian and Paula Jernigan. Even though we morphed from an in-person event to a virtual one, these ladies never missed a beat. We're also most grateful for the work of Registrar Nelda Reed, Conference Finance Officer Ilsa Kolnice, Program Booklet Editor Jenny Phoenix, Evaluation Editor Jackie Littleton, and our tech guru today, Chastity Crawley. Between our online meeting and speaker sessions today, you will have the opportunity to view slideshows of pictures submitted from our branches, celebrating all the many things they are doing in the name of AAUW. Thank you to Mary Smith and Betsy Calabro for organizing the branch submissions for your enjoyment. This project was the brainchild of Branch Services Officer Marina Rivers. Taharee Whaley will now give you an overview of today's program and introduce our first speaker. Take it away, Taharee.
I'm Taharee Whaley, and I want to welcome everyone to the all-virtual 50th AAUW Texas Conference, a golden opportunity to celebrate AAUW accomplishments and be inspired to continue the important work of supporting the future success of all women and girls. We have 5 fantastic speakers for you today. I will give a brief overview and then introduce each speaker just prior to their presentation. Please be patient with us as we operate the technology required for the presentations. We are using Zoom webinar for the first time, so I will give a few instructions. The speakers cannot see or hear you. All participants' video and audio are turned off. You do not need to log in and out during the day. Just stay logged in and join us as you wish to participate. You can interact with the presentations using the Q&A function. If you have questions, please enter them in the Q&A field during the speaker's talk. We will have someone monitor that area and forward inquiries to the speaker at the end of the presentation or answer them directly. The speakers will be starting at the indicated times on the program, so you will be able to hear the speakers' presentations entirely. The program is being recorded and will be posted on the AAUW Texas YouTube page in the future. You can watch during the breaks between speakers to see the slideshows with branch and member accomplishments highlighted. You might just see yourself or your branch, so stay tuned in. It will be a long day of technology viewing, so we have tried to build in lunch and break times to keep everyone comfortable. Check the schedule for all the events and join us for a wonderful day of AAU inspiration. Our speakers are Jackie Littleton, author and Tyler branch member. Kevin Stewart, our AAUW Texas legislative consultant. We will hear an update on AAUW National by former AAUW Texas President Malinda Gaul. The celebration of the 50th anniversary of Title IX legislation will be led by TCU women's basketball coach Reagan Pebley, and challenge us to action for our next biennium is Dr. Taharee Jackson. Our first presenter is Jackie Littleton. Jackie will be speaking to us about her book, The Lady and the Letters, about Esther Brunauer. She was an AAUW national staff member who worked to get women academics out of Nazi-occupied countries prior to World War II. Esther was one of the speakers at the AAUW National Convention held in Dallas, Fort Worth in 1947, the first in-person convention after the war. Jackie graduated from Texas Women's University with a degree in journalism and her master's degree in education from the University of Louisville. She taught in middle school and colleges for 30 years and also served as an associate editor for the Docent Educator for 14 years. She was director of the New Orleans Museum of Art Volunteer Program and curator of education for the Clarksville Montgomery County Museum, as well as a museum education consultant for many years. Jackie served on the National Board of Directors of AAUW for 2 terms and secretary for 1 term. Prior to her service on the national board, she was president of AAUW Tennessee. She is the immediate past president of AAUW Tyler, the current chair of the AAUW Tyler Fund, and serves as the Legacy Circle liaison for Texas, New Mexico, and Louisiana. Please welcome Jackie Littleton.
Thank you, Terry. Good morning, early birds. How many of you know what a rabbit hole is? I guess almost everyone has their hand up, but in case you don't know, rabbit holes are distractions that mean you spent 12 years on a project that probably should have taken only 5. I'm here because of a rabbit hole that started in Washington, D.C. and ended in our AAUW Texas archives at Texas Women's University. The rabbit hole began with a speech my protagonist, Esther Brunauer, made in 1947. I had a copy of the speech, but no context. I could have ignored the speech, but I can't resist a rabbit hole. When I discovered the speech was delivered at the 1947 AAUW National Convention, I was hooked. That convention was held in what the newspapers at the time called the Twin Cities, Dallas and Fort Worth. It was the first in-person convention since 1941. I was hoping this would be our first in-person meeting, but better safe than sorry. It wasn't a virus that kept AAUW from meeting during those 6 years, but a ban on unnecessary travel during the war. There was a virus involved, though. An outbreak of smallpox and a vaccine to prevent it was another parallel. But parallels aside, my real interest was in the fact that the subject of my book, The Lady and the Letters, was a speaker at the convention. Esther spoke on the importance of UNESCO, a brand new United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization. At that time, she was the U.S. representative on the preparatory committee for UNESCO, having left AAUW for the State Department in 1944. If time allows, I'll share some of that speech with you later on. But first, I want to tell you how I met Esther and why I want to clear her name. Yes, her story doesn't have much of a happy ending, but more of that later. When I first encountered Esther, she was merely a fading signature on a letter to Albert Einstein. I'd never heard of her, but I recognized the letter immediately. The correspondence that prompted Esther's signature was part of AAUW lore. The Einstein letter was an organizational badge of honor, acknowledgement that the great physicist had once asked us for help. The legendary document was in my hands, a fragile sheet of onion skin from an archival box labeled War Relief. Einstein had asked for help in finding a job in America for an Austrian physicist, Marietta Blau. My initial hope was that this letter and the box full of others from women academics seeking personal and professional salvation would serve to demonstrate the value of the records of AAUW's long history. Earlier on that frigid February morning in 2010, when I discovered the War Relief file, 6 women, including myself, had driven through the snowy Virginia countryside to a nondescript warehouse about an hour from AAUW headquarters in Washington. We'd been tasked with assessing the condition of the nearly 800 boxes of AAUW records and recommending to the board of directors a solution to our archive problem. There was no room to store the boxes in the headquarters building a few blocks north of the Capitol, and retrieving them from storage was an arduous and costly concern. Consequently, the history stored within them was all but useless to researchers and our own staff. The members of the Archives Task Force, as we were called, were in our own way a part of AAUW history. Each of us has served either on the national board or as a member of the headquarters staff. We were all longtime members of the organization, and with many volunteer enterprises, passion outweighed credentials. I began to thumb through the file box on the table in front of me, pulling folders at random. Although most of the letters were typed, many were pen and ink masterpieces of exquisite penmanship. Each included resumes, lists of publications, photographs, and stories that raised goosebumps on my arms. Miss Brecker is condemned to perish if some outside help is not given her very soon. In Palestine alone, there are about 100 almost destitute university women who fled from various parts of Europe. The inquiry was made directly to the Gestapo for me by a woman that has the full confidence of the Nazis, and the reply, which he said was given to her without any hesitation, was that Madame Plemenkova was taken into protective custody at the outbreak of the war and has never been in a concentration camp. Actually, Madame Plemenkova was arrested and executed by the Gestapo in 1942. She was 67 years old. The one constant in the records was Esther Brunauer. It soon became obvious that the challenge of finding safe professional environments for these women academics was personal to Esther, above and beyond her duties as head of AAUW's International Relations Department. As she had been for hundreds of desperate women, she became more than just a signature to me. Her letters to the women were rays of possibility in a dark world, although she was never optimistic about overcoming the multitude of bureaucratic roadblocks. The most difficult roadblock was the immigration requirement that in the midst of a worldwide economic depression, these women, research scientists, university professors, museum curators, physicians, have jobs guaranteed and affidavits from American citizens that they would be financially cared for if the job offers fell through. I have spent a good part of the last 12 years learning all I can about Esther and the 100+ women whose letters are in our archives. But for today, I faced a formidable dilemma. This speech is supposed to be about my book, but what can I say in 25 minutes or so? Shall I talk about some of the women whose stories are in the War Relief collection? About Hedwig Hentz, whose Aryan husband refused to divorce her, putting both their lives at risk? About her escape to Holland, only to witness the Nazi invasion? Shall I mention this Berlin memorial plaque? I'll translate part. The Nazi racial policies forced the French historian Hedwig Hentz, née Guggenheimer, to immigrate to exile in Holland in 1939. Threatened by deportation to an extermination camp, she put an end to her life in Utrecht. Shall I tell you about Ruth Ehrman, who took Esther's advice to learn Spanish, as well as the 4 languages she already spoke? She wound up in Chile, where she continued correspondence with Esther, sharing her concerns about the strong Nazi presence there. Notice on this ship's passenger list that she's 30 years old and the only woman traveling alone. Or shall I introduce you to Lucy Adelsberger, who was offered a job at Harvard's medical school but couldn't get a visa for her ailing mother, so returned to Berlin. She survived Auschwitz to finally come to the US, where she continued her groundbreaking cancer research and finally retired to live with her sister in Florida. Closer to home, shall we trace the journey of Suzanne Engelman, who traveled from Berlin to Turkey, across Siberia to Japan to Hawaii, and finally to San Francisco just months before Pearl Harbor. She immediately became an enemy alien. Japanese were not the only ones being sent to internment camps. After multiple moves and much help from Esther, Suzanne finally wound up at TCU and joined the Fort Worth branch. But I really don't have time to tell you in any detail about Esther's fascinating life, her contributions to AAUW, or even the women in our files. So I've decided to focus on rabbit holes. In doing archival research, I discovered that the documents themselves can become so interesting that your focus can shift from the story to the document. A case in point was in a big box of newspaper clippings, photo albums, and lots of letters in the care of an AAUW member in Salt Lake City, whom I'd met a few years before I discovered Esther. How I found out that she was Esther's daughter and that she was willing for me to come rummage through her mother's papers is another rabbit hole we will not explore today. Esther was quite literally born in a cabin in the woods in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where her father was working to string wires to bring electricity to California's towns and villages. Her birth certificate was more interesting than most. Evidently, the doctor didn't arrive until the day after the birth, and when he filled out the birth certificate, it indicated that the mother was, quote, unknown. There may have been celebratory drink involved. One document that I obtained from Esther's daughter was this birthday greeting from Esther's grandfather on her 6th birthday. It says a lot about what Esther's family expected of her. You look at the last paragraph. I'm sure that you will not forget the lesson of the little stanza about shining in the world where there's darkness. This means to do things that will help those who are unhappy or suffering because they are poor, or to whom others are doing wrong things, or who are sick, or who have hardships of any other kind. Your loving grandfather, Everett Fletcher Calkin. This was written in 1908. Photographs too can become rabbit holes. I so wanted to write this sentence. With her blonde hair and a new bob, Esther Calkin was the picture of modern womanhood when she joined the AAUW International Relations staff in 1927. But hours of research could not confirm that Esther ever wore her hair in a bob or even that she was a blonde. Newspaper articles about her speeches usually described her appearance, but they were often contradictory. Does this matter? A resounding yes. Some of my friends asked why I didn't turn Esther's story into historical fiction. My answer was that her story had to be told truthfully. Lies had ultimately destroyed her, but that's another rabbit hole. Esther had received her bachelor's degree in history from Mills College, a liberal arts school for women across the bay from San Francisco. She was an exceptional researcher and writer. I read her thesis, The Peace Proposals of Germany and Austria-Hungary, 1914 to 1919. Brilliant, but not in my narrative. One of her mentors was Mills College President, Dr. Aurelia Reinhardt. Dr. Reinhardt had herself served as chair of the International Relations Committee at AAUW before becoming president of the organization. She encouraged Esther to apply for an AAUW fellowship to complete her dissertation, and her recommendation went a long way toward securing the staff position for her protege when Esther received her doctorate in history from Stanford. This is the telegram she sent home. Notice she was awarded $1,200 fellowship. That's almost $19,000 in today's money. And also notice her closing comment. I realize that I shall spend the rest of my life earning it. So true. As most of you know, AAUW originated in 1881 as the Association of College Alumni. The organization joined with the Southern Association of University Women in 1921 to create the American Association. Under Reinhardt's leadership, the group purchased a headquarters building in Washington, just 2 blocks from the White House, helped create the International Federation of University Women, held their first biennial convention, and began a $1 million campaign to establish a national fellowship program. 25 cents of every $2 in dues was earmarked for fellowships. Esther joined the national staff as we began our second act, just before our 50th anniversary. Esther traveled extensively in her job, mostly on trains and ships. This is what I wrote after reading numerous books about travel in the 1930s and some of Esther's letters to her parents. The summer before she officially joined the AAUW International Relations staff, young Esther Calkin crossed the continent from her home in California to begin the first of many voyages to Europe. She boarded the Dutch liner Vendam in New York and arrived in Southampton on June 27th. Her tourist third-class cabin became an excellent place to begin building connections. No longer called steerage by company executives, tourist third class offered American tourists, teachers, and students high season passage without high season fares. The cabins were suffocatingly small, forcing their occupants onto the decks and into the public spaces. Often the travelers in tourist third class were immigrants to America who were returning to their homes in Europe to visit family. All in all, tourist third class was a grand place for a young scholar to practice her French and German and broaden her knowledge of the world. She celebrated her 26th birthday, attended an International Federation of University Women Council meeting in Vienna, and in August studied at the Geneva School of International Relations. Throughout the summer, she traveled by train, again in third class, improving her language skills and gathering impressions and information that she would soon put to good use. At the end of the summer, she sailed from Southampton back to New York and on by train to Washington, D.C. On the passenger list, she proudly declared her occupation as Specialist in History for Women's Organization. A great proponent of the belief that historians are to report history, not to influence it, Esther was soon thrust into a reality that would stretch her impartiality to the breaking point. She was given a grant to spend 1 year in Germany studying women's place in the new regime. She arrived in February 1933, on the day before the Reichstag building was burned and Adolf Hitler became the Führer. Her year in Germany was the firsthand experience of the beginning of the Nazis' reign of terror. The Reichstag fire turned out to be a real rabbit hole. To this day, no one is absolutely sure what started the fire that became Hitler's rationale for hijacking the German government. Before she left for Germany in 1933, Esther had begun a series of study courses for the members of AAUW branches. Branches could purchase the study outlines and impressive bibliographies for 15 cents per copy, and were encouraged to study and discuss the material in international roundtables. I've read most of them. They offered the branches graduate level information on most of the post-World War I problems around the world. Here's how that appears in the book. In her report to the Board of Directors in 1936, Esther was able to say with some pride that early returns from reporting branches indicate a substantial development of the international education program. In fact, Esther had no place to go but up. In the 9 years since her first report to the board in November 1927, she'd made significant progress. By any standard, Esther's first attempt to interest the general membership in news beyond their own doors was a dismal failure. The California division, the state organization, reported they were only interested in problems of the Pacific and Mexico. The Chicago branch couldn't find anyone interested in chairing an international affairs committee. The St. Louis branch reported that the members were interested in international affairs, but no one felt they had time to work on a committee. There was no progress in New Orleans branch, and New York had a particular problem in the reception and entertainment of visiting members of IFUW. No one else bothered to respond to Esther's inquiries. In addition to her writing, Esther began a speaking tour. Her first speech was to the AAUW branch in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on March 10th. The speech, Women in the National Socialist State, that's Nazi, had already appeared in print in the AAUW Journal. AAUW members were joined at the meeting by representatives of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the Council for Peace and Social Action, the Cause and Cure of War Committee of Allegheny County, and the Pittsburgh Council of Jewish Women. In the speech, Esther explained National Socialism by quoting a story circulating in Germany. A child was born and the good fairy came to its cradle. Good fairy said, I will give you 3 gifts. You shall be honest, you shall be intelligent, and you shall be a National Socialist. Then the bad fairy came and said, dear me, I can't think of anything bad enough to give you, and I can't take anything away that the good fairy gave you, but this is what I will do. I will rule that you can have only 2 of these gifts at any one time. Thus, you can be honest and a National Socialist, and then you won't be intelligent. Or you can be intelligent and a National Socialist, and then you won't be honest. Or you can be honest and intelligent, and then you won't be a National Socialist. A week later, Esther repeated her performance before more than 100 women in Wilmington, Delaware. She was pleased to learn that the local branch hosted 3 study groups on public affairs among their varied interest groups: music, gardening, nursery, home economics, contract bridge, sketching, book club, jaw care, and interior design. Reports of her speeches rarely appeared outside the women's sections of the local newspapers. Her attire and general appearance were always also reported, along with table decorations, and in at least one case, a gardenia corsage. Nevertheless, wherever she went, Esther challenged her audience. As university women, we must study the world situation. She always recommended action, but not before we had a clear understanding of the issues. So you can see how easy it is to get distracted. I could write a book on immigration law. In fact, Esther did. The immigration law of 1924 had set quotas to restrict entry from certain countries. The quotas were based on the number of people from each country that were already in the US during the 1890 census. By 1938, the German quota was 27,370. In that same year, more than 300,000 Germans applied for US visas. Although the 1924 law maintained the exclusions of the 1917 law, no alcoholics, anarchists, imbeciles, polygamists, prostitutes, or vagrants, among others, it did allow non-quota immigrants, including in Section 4D, a quote, minister of any religious denomination or professor of a college, academy, seminary, or university, and his wife. Esther appeared before Congress to ask that his wife be changed to his or her spouse. It passed narrowly after 4 hours of debate. I haven't even begun to tell you how Esther got from that cabin in the woods to a position on the preparatory committee for UNESCO, or why I read so many books on Joe McCarthy, and why AAUW was once called the Pink Ladies, why she was labeled a communist, why she was cleared by the Tidings Committee, yet still fired by the State Department, and worst of all, why she died at age 58 in the middle of writing a letter to her mother where she had just written, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." I just basically want you to know that AAUW's history is full of women like Esther, women passionate for education and equity and willing to work for it. And AAUW is still full of women who aren't afraid to question the status quo. I urge you to explore and update your own branch history and our state archives at Texas Woman's University. But I did promise to share some of Esther's 1947 speech. Here's what she had to say 75 years ago. For the first time in history, we possess the means of achieving our ideals. Techniques and systems of education are now highly developed. The machinery of international organization has grown up rapidly, and facilities are available for reaching great masses of people through the press, radio, and film. The suffering caused by the war and the shock of seeing a civilization almost destroyed have given tremendous momentum to the movement for peace and human welfare. Now we need boldness to grasp these new opportunities, ingenuity and imagination to mold them to our ends, patience in the face of obstacles, and a steady vision of our ultimate goal. I would like to thank all the people who made this possible, our archivists, authors, and family members. Suzanne Engelman's grandniece sent me a copy of the diary Suzanne kept during her journey on the Trans-Siberian Railroad. An author in Australia who'd written about AAUW refugee work there sent me the manuscript file of his out-of-print book, and especially Esther's daughter, who allowed me access to her photos and letters. Thank you for listening. Anne, are there any questions? Anne, there she is.
Good morning. How are you today, Jackie?
I'm good. I'm better now.
We've had a couple of questions that really relate to what you just ended with about conversations you had with people that actually knew her. Could you tell us a little bit of some of the stories of when you interacted with some of her family members?
Most of the family members I discovered, I got through ancestry.com. If people made it to the United States and stayed here, then records are pretty available. The Holocaust Museum has a lot of information from families. A lot of families have donated their family records, not only to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, but to the museum in Jerusalem. So those things exist. I have not talked to personally to any family members of Esther's except her daughter. And I had met her daughter when she was the membership chair and I was on the national board and she was in Salt Lake City. It was only later that I found out that she was Esther's daughter, and she has a huge box of Esther's materials. Esther was a prolific letter writer. And so these files are just, wonderful. And if anybody in the Fort Worth, or what was the Fort Worth branch, or any of the branches in Texas can go back and look at their records, they'll probably find information about Esther because she wrote to the branches a lot. I don't think that answered the question, but that's all I got.
We have a question about where your book is available.
in my computer. It is not published yet. It is not finished yet. I have one more chapter to do. The chapter on the McCarthy hearings was very hard to write. Of course, the early chapters on the rise of Nazism in Germany, I had to take time off after I read some of that stuff. I have one more chapter to do and then one more biography. The arc of the story is Esther's, but I have shorter biographies of many of the women, not all of them. There are over 100, and some of them just simply disappeared. There are no records of them, so I can only assume not all of them were Jewish, but most of them were had Jewish backgrounds. And in Nazi Germany, if your great grandfather was Jewish, you were headed to the extermination camps. I hope to finish it this year. It's close. And then, of course, I have my editor, and I will start looking for a publisher.
Okay. Someone asked if you could tell us what the Pink Ladies are.
Well, some of you are old enough to remember the 50s and the Red Scare. And AAUW had done something, I'm not sure if I can quote it correctly from memory. We worked on getting prices on goods more clearly indicated. And I don't know all the details because that's not part of my story. But McCarthy got a hold of that. And he accused Esther, and he accused Dorothy Kenyon, who was a judge. They were both AAUW members, and he accused them of being communists. The farthest thing in the world, Esther was not a communist. But her husband had been married before to a woman who was a communist and went to Soviet Russia after early in the war years. So that may be where he got this. Nobody really knows. But AAUW was called the Pink Ladies because we were supposed to, lean toward communism because we were trying to help people. I guess, I don't know. But we have a whole file on the Pink Ladies if anybody's interested more.
Okay. And all the women that you touch on in your book, they were all women that applied to AAUW for assistance?
Yeah, either they or someone who knew them. They were all members. They had to be members of the International Federation. And so they were members of their country's association, like AAUW. And the problem with that was that the German Federation was dissolved and taken over by the Nazis. And so there was no longer any German federation. Also, one of the requirements of immigration was if you were coming as a professor, you had to prove that you had been employed for the previous 3 years. Well, in 1933, most of the women were fired. They were, they couldn't teach anymore, not just because they were Jewish, but because they were women. Germany had suffered tremendous losses of their men during World War I. And the birth rate was really, really low. It was scary low. And so women were supposed to stop work and go back to raising children. They were given a prize. They were given a loan when they got married. And when they had their first child, a fourth of the loan would be repaid, and so forth and so on until they had 4 children. If they had 8 children, they got a gold medal.
Well, that's encouragement, I guess.
Right.
We've got another question asking if AAUW has partnerships with the National Council of Jewish Women and other groups. The questioner is thinking that there would be a wider interest in your book than just AAUW members, and if we have these partnerships.
Well, I don't think we have an official partnership, but of course we work with all kinds of organizations, women's organizations. And I am giving you the AAUW version of this book. And of course, that's an important part of it. But a great deal of the book doesn't have anything directly to do with AAUW. It's written for a broader audience than just AAUW. It started out to be just for AAUW members, and it soon became obvious to me that that was way too narrow. But the file, and of course, there were many other organizations besides AAUW who were trying to get lots of people, not just women, out of Nazi-occupied countries. Edward R. Murrow was the head of one of them. The Quakers were a tremendous help in trying to get women out, everybody out, but mostly women. And the Holocaust Museum has all of their files. So the people at Holocaust Museum have been extremely helpful. I never expected that I would have 2 years of not being able to go to any of the archives. And that has really slowed down the process because most of the archives were closed. Even the archivists couldn't get in to look up stuff for me. A lot of this stuff's online now, which has been very, very helpful.
So we've got another question, which may be a little to the side of what you're really talking about, but Ellen is asking, how do you see local branches resurrecting the discussion of international issues?
Well, many of our branches are taking a footstep into that with their Great Decisions programs. A lot of us sponsor Great Decisions, which is a foreign policy discussion program. AAUW Tyler has done this by Zoom, which has been wonderful because we can get speakers now. We had one from Calgary talking about climate change. We get people from all over instead of just local. Of course, we do have many local specialists who speak. And we sponsor that with the League of Women Voters and with the public library here. And I think a lot of our branches do that. We really, at one point, and a lot of you remember this, AAUW National required that you choose from among, I think it was 4 study topics, and international relations was one of them. And we were very big on that. Texas, when I was on the state board, we kind of pared that back to only talking about relations with Mexico and Central America. So it just kind of gradually died because it didn't have the push from national that it used to have. But the branches are still, many branches do still do the foreign policy discussions. I don't know about other branches, but that would certainly be a good place to start if you aren't doing anything like that.
Okay, and somebody has asked that I pass on to you that they know that the Dallas Holocaust and Human Rights Museum would be very interested in the work that you're doing.
Yeah, there are a lot of, and I've discovered places that just I didn't know existed. Suzanne Engelman, for example, was accused of being a Nazi, which is, you just don't know how funny that is, by someone in Waxahachie. And she, the court records, or when she finally got her, she was trying to get to her citizenship, when all those court records are in Fort Worth. And so, you find things in strangest places.
Well, I'm not seeing any more questions in the feed. If you do have a question for Jackie, if you go ahead and type it in the Q&A, so we can get her to address that. Okay, and Linda, I will pass on your contact information to Jackie after the webinar.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Ann.
Okay. Gloria?
Thank you, Jackie. What a fascinating story. And we can't wait for the book to come out so we can all run out and get it and read it. Wow. At this time, we are going to invite everybody that's with us today to take a little poll so that we know something about the AAUW background of the people who are attending today. As you make your choices, be sure to scroll down and hit the submit button at the end. There you should find 5 questions. Thank you for participating. Thank you for sharing. It's interesting information. It looks like we have a lot of branch members here today and a few guests. And the most people seem to be coming from the North District today, although it's pretty well tied with Central. Lots of folks here today. Thank you so much to all of you for attending. Okie dokie. I think maybe we finished with the poll now. Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to call our 2022 state business session to order. AAUW Texas members Sherry Butler and Cheryl Fuller have been appointed to review the minutes of today's meeting. If you have questions at any time, please put them in the Q&A box. Thank you to all our members who exercised their right to vote in our election this cycle. We did meet our quorum of 5% of our members. It's my privilege to announce that the results of the election of the members of your 2022-2024 state board. Incoming President, Lynn Hagan. Programs Vice President, Mary Smith. Membership Vice President, Sarah Wood. Funds Vice President, Margie Poole. Finance Officer, Diane Roberts. Secretary, Lucy Barrington. North District Rep, Sherry Butler. Central District Rep, Cheryl Fuller. And Betsy Calabro from the South District. West District doesn't currently have a rep. We need to work on that. Are there any? On the bylaws voting, all the proposed changes were adopted, and these will take place at the beginning of the 2022-2024 biennium on July 1st. Are there any questions about our election? And I'm very grateful and thank all the members who stood for election and are getting ready to take office in July. Okay. If there are no questions, at this time, Diane Roberts, AAUW Texas Finance Officer, will present her report on the state of our finances. If you have any questions on her finance report, you can put them in the Q&A. Good morning, Diane, and don't forget to unmute.
Thank you, Gloria. I am pleased to report that the AAUW financial position is healthy. At the end of March, there was $154,666.43 in the brokerage account and $16,267 in our combined business checking and money market accounts. In addition, I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that AAUW is reaching out to branches. In the last 2 years, we have provided $4,288 for branches purchasing Zoom accounts. Nick Whistle, National Conference for Women Student Leaders, we have given $3,040 in the last 2 years to Georgetown, San Antonio, Arlington, Lubbock, and the Texas A&M Student AAUW Association. Our conference expenses of approximately $4,500 have been in the past have been paid by fees from attendees. But this year's conference expenses are being covered by AAUW Texas in recognition of the difficulties of the past 2 years with COVID keeping us apart. AAUW Texas is bringing this conference free to every member. Every year, some of our grants to branches have been going unclaimed. We will promise to do better at publicizing them if everyone promises to check grant announcements in each issue of the UWT, the University Women of Texas. Back to you, Gloria.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have any questions about our finances? Okay, Terry, was there anything in Q&A about this? Okay. If there are no questions, this concludes our business meeting. We'll now take a break until our next speaker, Kevin Stewart, Legislative Consultant to AAUW Texas, at 11 o'clock. During the break, we'll be running the slideshow of pictures from our branches and our membership award nominees. As Terry said, take a look. You just might see yourself or your friends. Please rejoin us shortly before 11 so you don't miss our next speaker. No need to log off. You can just leave this link open to come and go while you take your break and watch the slideshow as you move around. Thank you. And here comes the slideshow.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the
and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. 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 When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. when the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. when the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. when the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. when the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. when the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
Good morning. Welcome back to our 11 a.m. session of our 50th state meeting. Wasn't that a great slideshow? I hope you saw some of your friends and maybe yourself. If you're wondering why some of the pictures that your branch sent in weren't shown, that's because they're in the next slideshow that will be shown during the next break. Do stay tuned. Okay, as we continue to address the public policy issues with our next speaker, building on the fascinating information that Jackie shared, I wanted to remind everyone how AAUW Texas supported the Texas A&M women's basketball team in their social justice work during the early days of the COVID pandemic. Members from all over the state sent support, including a donation for supplies from the Texas State Treasury. Terry Whaley, Program Vice President for AAUW Texas, will now introduce our next speaker.
Now it's time to welcome Kevin Stewart. Kevin Stewart is an attorney and political consultant based in Austin. He attended the University of Texas for both undergraduate and law degrees, focusing his studies on the legislative process and statutory interpretation. He currently runs his own law firm where he advocates for clients at the state capitol and before state agencies. Kevin is also the author of the Texas Legislative Law Handbook and a member of the Campaign and Legislative Law section of the State Bar. Kevin has served as a consultant for AAUW Texas for the past 2 years. Please welcome Kevin Stewart.
Thanks, Terry. And let me share my slides. Also, I'll just say, I was watching the slideshow while I was waiting to come in. And one slide in particular, I really liked the creative stitchery slide. And this is a little known fact about me, but I actually over here on my desk, I am a knitter. So this is a little hat I made for my daughter and a little bunny I made for my daughter. So Austin chapter, next time you're doing some stitching, let me know and I will be there. So the Texas legislature, I'm going to try to cram everything into 30 minutes and then we'll have some question time at the end. So some of this stuff I'm going to go over pretty quickly, but if you have any questions or you want me to go into more detail, absolutely let me know and we'll discuss it after. So real quickly, an overview of the Texas legislature. So the legislature is in session for 140 days each odd numbered year. And that's actually pretty unique. I think we're one of 4 or 5, maybe 6 states that has a biennial legislature. There are historical reasons for that. Basically, obviously, Texas is a big state. So before we had airplanes and whatnot, it would take a long time for people to travel into Austin. So they wanted to do it as little as possible. That is kind of stuck because a lot of people don't want the legislature to be in session all year long. It's sort of a way to keep the government from interfering too much, I think, in people's lives. As far as the process, basically every bill that's introduced, we're going to talk about a few later, but every bill that's introduced is either introduced in the House or in the Senate. So that's why you'll hear House Bill 50 or Senate Bill 50. And then that bill has to go through the entire process in order to pass. So every House bill has to go all the way through the House and then all the way through the Senate. Every Senate bill has to go all the way through the Senate and then all the way through the House. So the first thing every bill does is go to a committee. So if it's a Senate bill, it'll start in a Senate committee, House bill, House committee. That's one opportunity for the public to get involved. So when we have these committee hearings at the Capitol, that's when advocates and lobbyists and attorneys and members of the public, everybody will come to town and get some time to discuss the issue. Once the bill gets out of committee, it goes to either the House or Senate floor. And it's harder to get involved there, but that's where a lot of lobbyists get involved. So you might have heard the term floor amendment. That's where the floor amendments come in. So if we had a bill and it didn't get out of committee and there's another bill that's on a similar subject, we can amend our bill onto that other bill on the floor. So not a lot of opportunity for public involvement, but that's where lobbyists tend to get more heavily involved. Once it gets off the floor, it goes over to the next chamber and goes through an almost identical process in the next chamber. So it gets referred to a committee. They have the committee hearing in that chamber, it gets voted out, goes to the floor, same sort of deal. If it gets through both committees, and I will say, the legislative process is basically designed to kill bills. That's something you'll hear repeated throughout the Capitol. Thousands and thousands of bills, typically around 6,000 or 7,000 bills are introduced. Only about 10 to 20% of those bills will pass. There are a lot of sort of places in the legislative process where a bill can die. In committee is one of those. If the committee chair doesn't like your bill, your bill's not getting out of committee. On the floor is another place. And then again, if it does get through the whole process, then you have to make sure your bill doesn't get vetoed by the governor. So the governor doesn't have a lot of control over what happens in the legislature, but every single bill that gets passed out of the legislature goes to the governor's desk. And if the governor doesn't like it, he will veto it. And so, a good lobbyist will sort of shepherd the bill through both chambers and then work with the governor's staff to make sure it doesn't get vetoed. Last session was an extremely unique session. So the process was all pretty much still in place. They did put in some sort of shortcuts, but when the pandemic hit, it sort of ended what are called interim hearings. And we'll talk about that more later because they're actually starting up right now. But the legislature sort of outside of the legislative process, starting around now, they have hearings to discuss issues, to work out problems with stakeholders, to study different things, and then they provide a report to the legislature. So none of that got to happen leading up to last session. And the impact that ultimately had is that much fewer bills passed. So, I often think of people in sort of two buckets. You have people that want to pass bills, and then you have people that want to kill bills, right? So almost every issue is going to have sort of those two groups on that issue. They either want change or they want the status quo. If you're in that second bucket of wanting to kill bills, you had a great session last year. It was very difficult to pass bills. Very few things actually passed. We eventually started sort of figuring things out. There was a lot more electronic testimony that was acceptable. Usually it all has to be in person. Lots of written comments going on. And then once we started getting rolling and everybody, started feeling comfortable, the storm hit. And so, the storm itself sort of knocked everything out for a week plus. And then for the sort of 2 or 3 weeks after that, the only thing people wanted to talk about was the storm. It was whose fault is it? Who's going to pay? That sort of stuff. So it was really just kind of a lot of sort of external factors that had a significant impact on the legislative session and on sort of the effectiveness of legislators and their ability to pass bills. So it was a unique session. It seems like things are going to get back to normal. Like I said, we're doing interim hearings now, but who knows what the next issue is going to be that's going to sort of derail things. All right, so as was mentioned earlier, last session was my first session working with this organization. So a lot of my job was sort of figuring out the issues that y'all wanted to work on, the issues that are important to y'all. Gloria can attest to this. We had numerous calls. I think we were having weekly calls at one point talking about bills. Do we like this bill? Do we care about this bill? How high of a priority is this bill? But I think we sort of took all those discussions and ultimately were able to boil them down into sort of big agenda items that we cared about. There was stuff outside of it that didn't fit into these categories, but a lot of what we did was sort of in these three big groupings. And, the thing to keep in mind here is that advocating at the Capitol is more of a dialogue than any group going in and saying, this is what's important to us, right? It's sort of you have to have your issues, but also you have to be paying attention to what the legislature wants to talk about. So a lot of times on our calls, I'd say, hey, there's going to be a committee hearing coming up. This is what the committee hearing is going to be on. Do we care about these issues, et cetera? So a lot of kind of what we focused on was things the legislature already wanted to focus on. So that was helpful. So first up on the list, we had workforce. I didn't put these in any particular order, but we had workforce issues. So workplace protections, job training, family leave, childcare, that kind of stuff. And then all these bills that I've listed under each of these headings are bills that actually passed. And they're all bills that we supported. We submitted comments on a lot of these. So it was in that sense, it was, there were some bright spots to last session. I don't want to paint an entirely gloomy picture, but so HB 21, it extended the statute of limitations for sexual harassment complaints to 300 days. SB 45 made sexual harassment an unlawful business practice. HB 619 required the state to develop a plan to support the child care workforce, and SB 225 required the state to develop a searchable website of child care facilities that had some sort of violation. So a lot going on, a lot happened in sort of the workforce realm. The next big topic, and again, kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier about this being a dialogue, one of the things we flagged sort of in the very beginning is, look, there's a global pandemic right now. Everybody's going to want to talk about healthcare. Members often kind of get grouped up in issues that they focus on. So you might have 10 to 15 members who care about healthcare, 10 to 15 members who care about energy, 10 to 15 members who care about criminal justice, and they sort of stay in their camps. This was kind of a unique session in that every member had something to say about healthcare. And it ultimately became kind of a mess. Everybody was throwing out new ideas. You know, half the people who were throwing out ideas had never looked at healthcare issues before, so they didn't seem to have really a great handle on what had happened in the past in healthcare and what things needed to be changed. While it was sort of a healthcare focused session, a lot of those discussions just sort of ended at the discussion phase. There weren't a lot of healthcare bills that ultimately passed, ironically. So kind of I'd say the number one healthcare issue we focused on was this HB 133. It extended postpartum Medicaid coverage for 6 months. It was originally 12 months, but got sort of whittled down throughout the process. That's one that was it was put on the Speaker of the House's priority list, so that one sort of flew through. And that's one that Democrats had been working on for years and years and years, and it finally got across the line, again primarily because the Speaker really cared about that issue. There was another one here. 428 required insurers to cover any screening approved by the FDA for the detection of ovarian cancer. Another great bill. In the criminal justice world, for some sort of insider baseball, the past chair of the Senate Finance Committee, Jane Nelson, up until very recently, she has just announced retirement. So up until very recently, she was sort of called the most powerful woman in Texas. If you're the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, it means you control all of the dollars that the state puts out. And every member has some sort of pet project in their district that they need money for. So, and Jane Nelson held that chair for a while. So over the years, people would come to her, members would come to her and say, hey, I have this university, or I have this hospital system, or whatever this little project is in my district that I need funding for. And Senator Jane Nelson will say, well, you know, that sounds like a great project, but I do have this other issue that I'm focused on, and I'd like your input on that. And so she was able to sort of trade favors and collect favors. So again, you know, by far and away the most powerful woman in Texas. And she very much cared about sexual assault. And when she cares about an issue, like I said, it turns into this thing where everybody sort of cares about the issue. So there were a lot of sexual assault bills passed. Human trafficking, same sort of deal. So 1172 provided victims of sexual assault with the opportunity to have an advocate with them during law enforcement interviews, and it prohibited the use of polygraphs. When I saw that bill, I immediately thought, wait, we're polygraphing victims of sexual assault in Texas, which just seemed crazy to me, but yeah, we were. And so they had to expressly prohibit the use of polygraphs. HB 390, it required lodging establishments, so hotels, motels, etc., to take human trafficking awareness courses and display signs. And then 1164 sort of added a provision to the criminal code that essentially said if a coach or tutor or someone like that is using their power to get consent, it does not count as consent. All right, so elections, you know, there's obviously not much on this slide because really not a lot happened. I think these elections were the least surprising elections I've ever seen. So Greg Abbott, there was some question about whether he have a good showing during the primary. So, and I'm talking about primary elections here. We still have the November elections coming up. But in Texas, because of the way the districts look, the primary elections are often more important than the general elections. Most districts are either clearly red or clearly blue. So the only thing that really matters is who's the Republican candidate or who's the Democratic candidate. Governor Abbott, though, he sort of crushed the field with 66% of the vote. He'll be facing Beto in the general election. Attorney General, if any of y'all are paying attention to our current Attorney General, Ken Paxton, he had a pretty good campaign. I think most people were expecting him to win flat out. In order to win flat out, you have to have 50% plus one of the votes. He was not able to do that. There was a pretty big field, so him and the runner-up, who's George P. Bush, George P. being the son of Jeb and the nephew of George, will be facing off in the runoff. So, and George P. only received 23% of the vote. And if you would have told me 5 years ago that someone with the last name Bush would lose an election in Texas, I would have told you you're crazy. But that's sort of where the politics is right now. I think the biggest one that people are paying attention to, the biggest race people are paying attention to, is Stephanie Klick's race. She's the current chair of the House Public Health Committee. She's going into a runoff. She received 49% of the vote. I think she was like 300 votes or something short of not having to go to a runoff. But she is running against, she'll be in a runoff against a very far right opponent. Stephanie Klick is pretty far right herself. Obviously, I don't know where everyone's sort of politics are on this call, but Stephanie Klick sort of came in with the wave of sort of Tea Party people. If y'all remember that election a few years back, where all the sort of Tea Party people came in, Klick was one of those people. So she's getting sort of flanked by the right. You know, some of the ads I've seen in that race are pretty interesting. It's interesting to see Stephanie get attacked from the right. Apparently, one of the bills that she didn't move quickly enough had to do with gender affirming care. So one of the attacks I saw was that, you know, why does Stephanie Klick want to mutilate children's genitals or something like that? So it's, you know, these runoff elections get so nasty. You know, they're hard to watch a lot of the times. People are just flinging mud. It's really unfortunate. But that's the one kind of everybody's paying attention to, because that race is sort of becoming a bellwether of, you know, what the Republican Party is going to look like. And so it's become much larger than, you know, who's the House District 91 representative. It's sort of more of a question of, are we going with more of a mainstream view, which is kind of, you know, the speaker and sort of mainstream, sort of the old Republican Party, or are we going with sort of the farther right view, more like Trump aligned sort of members, and Dan Patrick's certainly in that camp as well. So it's, again, it's kind of become a bellwether race. So definitely pay attention to that one. Interim charges. So as I mentioned, the legislature doesn't only act within those 100, they can only pass bills in those 140 days, but they're definitely conducting business outside of that. And that's what's happening right now. Essentially what happens with interim charges is that the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor tells their respective committees, this is what I want y'all to focus on for leading up to session. And I want y'all to provide some sort of report to the legislature so that the legislature can pass bills on that during the legislative session. So it's not the only thing that will be discussed during session, but when something's an interim charge, it typically means there's going to be a lot of focus on those issues during the session. So over in the Senate, electricity, criminal case backlogs and public safety, and the heartbeat bill. Over in the House, there's a lot of focus on workforce, and specifically healthcare workforce, and even more specifically, the nursing workforce. There's been a ton of discussion about nursing shortage and how that's sort of having ripple effects throughout the healthcare system. Border security is another one that's on there. Education is on there. Education is always sort of on there. And then elections. The other big thing that happened that's sort of related to these interim charges is that the speaker and the lieutenant governor can sort of make new committees during the interim, and they call them select committees, and they won't meet during session. They don't pass any bills, but they're sort of task forces to discuss large issues, and then again, make recommendations. So when a select committee gets set up, that's even sort of a higher level than the interim charges. I mean, you know, the interim charges are going to be discussed. Select committee, you know that bills are going to pass because they're leadership agenda items. So healthcare reform is one of the select committees. So there's going to be a ton of discussion about healthcare reform. You know, and that kind of had stuff related to access to care, the cost of care, all that. You know, it was very broad what this committee will be discussing. And then criminal justice reform. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about policing, you know, drug enforcement. So that's going to be another big topic that people focus on next time around. And then my last slide here, I've only got 5 minutes left. So I'm going to try to cover this fairly quickly. It's not clear what we have some hints about what the 88th session is going to look like. Some themes are starting to appear. First and foremost, there's been a ton of turnover, and it's not just any turnover. It's not sort of the normal turnover we have. And when I say turnover, I mean House and Senate members retiring. By and large, the folks who are retiring are sort of in the middle. The Texas Tribune actually had a really interesting article about they have sort of a ranking of you know, they put sort of everybody on a political spectrum and say, okay, these are the farthest right members, these are the farthest left members, and then they sort of rank everybody in between. So what we're seeing now is that the middle, so the farthest left-leaning Republicans and the farthest right-leaning Democrats are all kind of retiring. And again, the Tribune had this sort of really interesting piece about how, regardless of how the elections go, the legislature is going to be more polarized just because of the retirement. So, you know, they kind of showed that of the sort of most left-leaning Republicans, the most left-leaning, and then the third most, and the fifth, and the seventh, they were all retiring out, and same sort of deal on the left. So we're going to have more of a split, if you can imagine that, between the two parties. The other big retirement, again, I kind of alluded to this earlier, was Jane Nelson. So we'll have a new Senate Finance Chair, it's Senator Huffman, Joan Huffman. So that's going to sort of change the discussions. You know, those kind of issues that Senator Nelson liked to focus on may not be discussed as much, and Senator Huffman will have her chance to sort of set the agenda. We also have disagreements between chambers. So I would say the Senate is sort of farther right and is led by Dan Patrick. And then the House is sort of kind of more center right and is led by Speaker Phelan. This has been going on forever. It was the same sort of issue, and it was Strauss and Dan Patrick, Speaker Strauss and Dan Patrick. But that's continuing. It's also Dan Patrick's last session. So, you know, love him or hate him, he's not going to be around after this session. He announced he's retiring. So what that means and how that will play out during the legislative session is anyone's guess at this point, but that's kind of a big, it's going to be a big sort of talking point next time around. The last thing that's kind of been bubbling up and sort of exploded at one point during the interim is anger between the two parties. So if y'all remember, and this was sort of national news, our legislative session ended. The governor, the only person who has the authority to call special sessions, called a special session. a special session is like a 30-day sprint. And we sort of worked through this as well. We talked about all the issues that they were going to be discussing, but it's a 30-day period. It can't go any longer. And you have to get the bills, again, all the way through the process within those 30 days, or you have to start over again. So when the governor called that special session, what the governor gets to do is create a call. It's called a call of the special session. And it's essentially just a list of items that the legislature can talk about. Any item that is not on that list cannot be discussed. So the governor has sort of outsized control over what can happen in those special sessions. So he put out that list. House Democrats looked at that list, said, absolutely not. We're not going to work on these issues. These are sort of too far to the right. And, I think political pundits and whatnot were sort of observing this as, the governor has an election to run. As I mentioned, a lot of the attacks are coming from the right. So this was an opportunity for the governor to say, hey, look, I care about these sort of farther right issues. I'm calling a special session. So some of it is sort of, to some degree, political theater, I think. So the Democrats said absolutely not. They left. The first special session expired. The 30 days passed. When the House doesn't have enough members, it's called quorum breaking, and the House basically can't work on anything. So when the Democrats left, they sort of broke quorum. And so the legislature was sort of hamstrung. They couldn't act on the bills. It's not that they just get to pass bills without the Democrats being there. It literally stops the legislature from taking any action. So Democrats fled the state. They went to Washington, D.C. They sat out the whole first special session. Nothing passed. The governor immediately called a second special session and said, look, I'm going to keep calling these until you all come back and pass these agenda items. It was about midway through the second special session where, and this is what happens with quorum breaks. We haven't had one in over a decade, but what happens with quorum breaks is that everybody leaves and then one member will trickle in. And the House only needs 76 members to fix the quorum. 2/3 of them, so 100 members to fix the quorum. So the people who come back first tend to get a nice committee appointment or tend to get some of their issues focused on in the next session. Lots of sort of horse trading going on there. But basically people started trickling in, and then it became clear that the quorum was going to be reestablished and all the members came rushing back. There is still a lot of bad blood between the two parties from that incident. And I think historically we've had a lot of collaboration. Texas isn't like DC where the parties just don't agree on anything. There has historically been a lot of collaboration. And I think that's something that unfortunately might be changing in the future. And that's all I had. If anybody has questions, now's the time.
Kevin, this is Malinda Gaul. I've been monitoring the questions. The first question we had is, what, if anything, did AAUW Texas do regarding Senate Bill 8, the heartbeat bill?
So that's a difficult issue. So abortion issues are always difficult issues. That was something that it became clear pretty early on that the legislature wanted to pass, particularly the leadership wanted to pass. I think we sort of started out as we needed to hear from members, I think, essentially. And Gloria, feel free to jump in here as well. We needed to hear from members kind of what y'all wanted AAUW to do, if anything. We did get sort of more involved in those issues, I think, over time. So especially during the called session, but on issues like that, it doesn't really matter, unfortunately, very much what stakeholders think. Those sort of high priority issues for the leadership, they don't really take input from different stakeholder groups on those issues. They just sort of get pushed through. A lot of times there's very short hearings where they'll have invited testimony only, basically on those very controversial issues that the leadership wants passed. They actively try to limit the amount of public feedback. So unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of involvement, but that's sort of by design. Everybody puts out statements, of course, and that all happens. But I'd say very little sort of direct lobbying on that issue, again, because there's just not a ton of opportunity to do so.
Kevin, one of our members wanted to know, do we know who the members of the select committee are?
Yeah, so again, there's those two select committees. The healthcare reform one is chaired by, and you can look these up as well. They're all available on the Texas House website. The healthcare reform one is primarily, of course, it has the physicians in the legislature. So Dr. Bonin is on there. Dr. Oliverson is on there. Chairwoman Click, who I mentioned earlier, who also happens to be a nurse, is on there. And then a lot of the public health committee members are on there. And then kind of the surprise person is Chair Harless. So Representative Harless is someone who is one of those members that just hasn't had a ton of healthcare experience in the past. And he was, my read is that he was sort of intentionally brought in to be a sort of fresh face and to sort of settle a lot of issues that members have just not agreed on in the past. I think one of the big ones are, if anyone's familiar with sort of scope of practice, that's something that gets discussed a lot in these healthcare discussions. And it's really kind of a question of what different providers can do. So, a common one is APR, Advanced Practice Registered Nurse, Full Practice Authority. Doctors hate that bill. Nurses love that bill. It's kind of an ongoing battle on that bill. So the speaker, I think very smartly, brought in somebody who is sort of not familiar with those issues to be sort of a fresh face and to say the physicians are right or the nurses are right, and sort of make those hard decisions.
Kevin, you said that more bills don't pass than pass. Do you see this as necessary oversight or are these roadblocks?
I think it depends kind of where you stand. There's two sort of theories I think that are out there. You're either it seems like everybody's in either I want the government to do more camp or I want the government to do less camp. The Texas legislature is definitely designed to favor I want the legislature to do less camp. It's just a very difficult environment to pass bills. Whether or not that's necessary is more of a judgment call and more of a policy call. But what's interesting, I will say, is that because of it, because of how that's set up, what ends up happening is that state agencies become way more powerful. And so I think if you went across the country and said, okay, how often does the legislature meet and how much time do they meet for? What you'd see is sort of in those states that have more legislative authority, the agencies are less important. And for the states that have less legislative action, the agencies are more important. Because outside of those 140 days, those state agencies are essentially making all of the decisions. And all of those state agencies are well, most of them are appointed by the governor. So it's kind of an interesting play here where if you're not focusing on what's happening at the state agencies, the Health and Human Services Commission, Texas Department of Insurance, Railroad Commission, if you're not paying attention to what's happening at those agencies, you're going to miss a lot of the policy development and policy discussions. And then the legislature will come in later and, kind of clean everything up and make laws. But a lot of times the laws are just sort of, skeletons. They're sort of frameworks. And then the agencies will come in and fill in the blanks. What does this law actually mean? How does it work in practice? What details do we need to plug in? So, I know that monitoring agencies isn't exactly a particularly interesting thing to do. It's all very kind of bureaucratic rulemakings, and it's very much kind of in the weeds stuff. But I can tell you, most of the important things that are happening in the state are often regulatory decisions and not necessarily legislative decisions.
Can you share with us some examples of your actions at the Capitol on behalf of AAUW? Did you testify at hearings or visit legislators on behalf of AAUW?
Yeah, so a lot of what I do, so I don't testify at hearings. I represent a handful, well, a good number of clients, and so I don't typically, the legislature doesn't want lobbyists to testify, and when lobbyists do testify, it's often new lobbyists who get beat up by the legislators while they're on the dais, and then they never testify again. Most of the time, they want to hear from Texas residents, Texans. So if I'm representing an organization of nurses, the lobbyist doesn't go testify, a nurse goes and testifies. So that's how testimony happens. What I do is I'm working sort of behind the scenes. I'm talking to legislators' staffs, and a lot of it is kind of becoming the contact point for an organization. So we had multiple members reach out to us during the legislative session who said, "Hey, what does AAUW think about this bill? Are there ways we could improve it?" That kind of thing. So, and then I take that information back to your organization's leadership, ask for input, and then bring it back to the legislators. So a lot of what I'm doing is sort of facilitating discussions. Of course, I provide recommendations, but I think of myself really as, basically a glorified waiter. I'm very much in the service industry. I am presenting a menu, and I'll even, if Gloria says, "Hey, Kevin, what's good at this restaurant?" I will provide a recommendation. But if leadership ultimately says, "We don't care what you think, Kevin, we're going to go with what we think is best," my job is then to go put in that order and bring back the right item. So yeah, that's sort of how I work down there.
Does AAUW Texas have a lobby corps? Did you have a group of people who helped you in your job?
Yeah, so typically what happens with these things is that various stakeholders will have kind of their own lobbyist, and then when an issue comes up, the stakeholders get together and work together, and their lobbyists work together, often in sort of a team. So these teams kind of develop on the fly, but a lot of it is folks you've worked with before, right? So I worked with so-and-so on this issue, and I know they represent, childcare facilities or something like that. And this is a childcare issue. So let me get in touch with them, and we can work together and collaborate on this. So a lot of it is sort of issue by issue. And a lot of times it's, I'll be with you on this issue over here, but on this issue, we're button heads. So So yes, yeah, there is a lot of sort of group engagement and sort of a core that develops around particular issues, but it's not always the same faces. It's not always the same stakeholder groups. It's just kind of, again, goes issue by issue.
And finally, in preparation for the next session, what can our members do? And during the session, what can our members do?
Great question. So again, last session was very weird. That there wasn't a lot of public testimony. A lot of it was, again, kind of done by written. And that's another thing I should have clarified too. When AAUW wants to get involved in an issue, I'll often help draft written testimony or draft testimony from members to come and give verbally. So that's another area where I kind of get involved that I left out. But for y'all, I think a few things are important. First, elections are coming up. If you haven't done so and you want to be engaged next session, start talking to the candidates right now. Right now is when they care. It's sort of a cynical take, but I'm a cynical man, and legislators care much more when it's election season about what their constituents think than when it's time to actually, sit down and make the laws. So start forming the relationships now. If you are visiting your member for the first time during the legislature, you're not going to get a lot of face time with them. If they know you, if you visited them 3 times, if you can go out and block walk or help with their campaign or anything like that, these are smaller campaigns. It's not like Congress. These are smaller campaigns, so there's a real opportunity to get face time with that member, to have them remember you. So during the legislative session, when you say, hey, this is a bad bill, and here's why, they will remember you and say, oh yeah, I'm going to listen to this person's input. So get involved early, get involved often. And then during the legislative session, I think monitoring things and sharing feedback with leadership. So again, I mentioned we have those sort of weekly calls. A lot of the discussion on those calls is, what AAU leadership is hearing from boots on the ground. There are a lot of bills filed every session, and so I monitor as many as I possibly can. But if there's a bill that I don't know that how it's impacting you, I'm not going to be able to act. I'm not going to be able to act in an informed way. So talking to your leadership, getting involved in that way, and then that sort of filters up and over to me. And so, like I said, I think that those are the 2 key points: elections and involvement with your organization.
Well, a couple more questions popped up. Number 1 is, do you have any input as to the 2 propositions that are on the ballot now? And if it reduces property taxes and money to public schools, how is that going to be made up?
That's a good question. I'm more of a waiter. I try not to get involved in policy decisions and take positions on these things. I'm trained as an attorney. My job is to represent my client and my client's interest. I try not to kind of call balls and strikes on particular issues. I will say that property taxes is something that affects everybody. It's a regularly discussed issue at the Capitol. It's something that leadership has taken a direct, and especially Dan Patrick has taken a direct interest in. So there will inevitably be a lot of discussions about that. So yeah.
And I will close with this comment from one member, and we're going to have to stop the questions now. But the member said out there, we should start forming small groups in our branches to go out and meet with our legislators and talk about AAUW issues. So that's something for the incoming board to work and hopefully get advice from you. So thank you, Kevin.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We appreciate your coming today. We appreciate all you did for us last session. We learned a lot from you, the small group of us that worked with Kevin. And I need to unmute. Nope. Okay. I had a message saying that I wasn't unmuted, but it said I was. So anyway, hello, folks. Thank you, Kevin. He kind of barely skipped over this during the last session. Kevin did help us draft several letters that we then sent to different Congress people. And occasionally he came to us with a question from someone where what was our stance on something, and he would help us draft something to send to them. And so that's important. And we appreciated all that. And now, before we head out of here for our next break, we have another little poll that we wanted to share just to find a little information out about the members who are here. So Chastity will give us our little poll. And remember, you have to answer all the questions, and then you have to hit submit down at the bottom. It's fun to watch these lines bounce back and forth to see who's where. I don't get to vote on this poll, but I would go into the no category at the top because I'm a native Canadian. So it gets me no in both those categories. And I'm going to join the mountain guys. Love to go camping in the mountains. Okay, it looks like everyone who's going to vote has voted. The voting seems to have stopped. Okie dokie. Okay, thank you. Just kind of, it's fun to learn a little bit more about our members and what a diverse group we are, that we have lots of different ideas and lots of different ways of looking at things and doing things. At this time, we're getting ready to adjourn until our 1 o'clock celebration ceremony. We'll hear more from Malinda at that time. So giving us an update of our organization. And we'll have a different slideshow during this break. So if you didn't see your slides on the last one, be sure to watch on this one. And are we ready for that to come? Do we have any other questions? Don't see any new questions. Okay, Chastity, do you have our next slideshow ready to go? We have a question. We come back at 1 o'clock. There's a question on when do we come back? And if you, we will have lots of things to celebrate at our 1 o'clock golden celebration.
Can you hear me?
I need somebody help, not just anybody help. You know I need someone help. When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. And now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? And now my life is changing, oh so many ways. My independence seems to vanish in the haze. But every now and then I feel so insecure. I know that I need your light I've never done before. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? Help me, help me. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self.
It's 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Malinda.
Yes.
Hey, Gloria, I had a question about how much we paid Kevin.
Yeah, I think we paid it.
Ladies,
Ladies.
Yes.
ladies, I am removing the screen sharing and spotlighting so that we can go back into the slide share for everyone to see the rest of the presentation. You will need to want to chat that question to each other because we are still very much live.
Oh, sorry.
So everybody, if you guys just hang tight with me as we just maneuver through this real quick and remove our spotlighting of our participants so that you all can see the presentation. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and start back from the beginning with the presentation. I'm not sure if I removed everyone from the spotlight, but I will get that corrected shortly. But I know several of you are very anxious and excited to see this great presentation here. So we will just kick back started.
divide. Help. You know I need someone. Help. When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. And now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? And now my life is changed in oh so many ways. My independence seems to vanish in the haze. But every now and then I feel so insecure. I know that I need your light I've never done before. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? Help me, help me. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? Help me, help me.
someone help. When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. And now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? And now my life is changing, oh so many ways. My independence seems to vanish in the haze. But every now and then I feel so insecure. I know that I need your light I've never done before. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? Help me, help me. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. But now these days are gone, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I've changed my mind and opened up the doors. Help me if you can, I'm feeling down. And I do appreciate you being around. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Won't you please, please help me? Help me, someone help. When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help.
Good afternoon. I'm Gloria Long, AAUW Texas President. Welcome to our Golden Opportunity celebration of today's meeting. Since this is our 50th state meeting, all things golden is our theme, and we have much to celebrate. As you can see by the beautiful banner on the wall behind me, we're only 4 years away from making our 100th year mark. This lovely banner was created about 20 years ago by AAUW Northeast Tarrant County branch member Mimi Nimitz. If you are joining us for the first time today, the morning speakers were both recorded, and we will let you know how to access those recordings in our next UWT due out about May 14th. We will begin our celebration by recognizing all the AAUW Texas members who have been with our organization 50 or more years. For those of you who have been in Girl Scouts, perhaps you remember the old saying, make new friends, but keep the old. One is silver, the other gold. These members of our AAUW are definitely our golden friends, and they deserve celebrating. From the West Texas District and the Abilene branch, Susan Humphrey. From the El Paso branch, Rebecca Baird, Madeline Guthrie, Alicia Hernandez, Teresa LaForelle. From the Amarillo branch, Enid Bates, Joan Levy. From the Lubbock branch, Diane Cole, Patricia Hollabaugh, Doris Smith, Elaine Weed, Alice Virginia White. Next slide, please. From the Central District in Austin, Myrtle Bell, Patricia Bennett, Drusilla Buerline, Patty Blanton, Geraldine Cassidy, Patricia Kane, Anita Knight, Lillian Quass, Mary Micah, Juanita Painter, Barbara Parkhurst, Otis Schmidt, Mary Ellen Scribner, Gail Simpler, Ruth Subramanian, Frances Tomlinson. From the Georgetown branch, Marjorie Flowers, Linda George, Patricia Rem, Louise Smith. From the Hill Country branch, Beth Murley, Ruth Thelma Shepherd, Lewis Williams. From Nacogdoches, Annette Dawson. From San Antonio, Karen Reichensberger, Nancy Terry. In the North District, Arlington branch, Barbara Duane, Vivian Seidel, Henrietta Shanks, Sherry Quick. From the Dallas branch, Ruth Bernard, pardon me, Margaret Gilmore, Patty Jantho, Elizabeth Mortensen, Rosemary Rumley, Gretchen Ryan. Up in Denton branch, Lavon Fullweiler, Patsy Rowe, Ellie Whitmore, pardon me. From the North Dallas branch, Delvin Fleming. Northeast Tarrant County branch, Jean Dodds, Gloria Long, Janet Smith. Plano branch, June Barnaby. Southwest Dallas, Nancy Anderson. Tarrant County, Catherine Bryan, June Hill, Eva Isbell, Gloria Morris, Carlotta Norman. Down in Tyler, Emily Coates, Linda Gunter, Janet Majors, Marion Snipes. In the South District, Betty Graith, Ray Longest. In the Alvin branch, pardon me, for Alvin. In the Corpus Christi branch, Audrey Jones and Ruth Opperman. From Fort Bend, Arlene Gumbiner, Betty Tyree. Houston branch, Myrna Muchler, Ella McNeil. North Harris branch, Louetta Castellano, Jane Egner, Barbara Hine, Mary Kimball, Irma Ridge. Orange branch, Mary Benke, Carolyn Hilston. West Harris branch, Anna Anderson, Marilyn Arnett, Arlene Baker, Gloria Ballard, Joan Belk, Margaret Ann Carlson, Marietta Hostek, Geraldine Jackson, Julia Ray, Betty Shropshire, Jean Wilbert. And we already done the West District. Thank you. These women of AAUW are definitely our golden friends, and they deserve celebrating. Thank you, ladies, for a lifetime of commitment to AAUW. Next, we have Margie Poole, AAUW Funds Vice President, who will announce our fundraising awards. You're up, Margie. Gotta unmute.
Okay, how's that?
You're perfect, Marjorie. We hear you great.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to start because I can't see anything. But like many of you, I grew up watching my mom participate in a variety of organizations. From childhood, I saw the power of groups working together to achieve goals. And I grew up just assuming that that was the way it should be. I think we all know that things are different today, and the lifeblood of any organization is still its members. So for groups like AAUW, a nonprofit committed to funding initiatives, programs, research, activities like that to advance the lives of women and girls, this is especially true. We are here today to celebrate the commitment and the effort of Texas branches and members across the state for the last 2 years. Through a plague, political storms, ice storms, and tumult around the world, all of you have held fast and supported our beliefs and our mission. So to simplify, I will refer to the time periods we're discussing as 2020 and 2021. What I'm going to do now is let you know about the people who have made
Gloria, I believe Marjorie, you are back with us, but you are back on mute. So if you can unmute and just continue, you're doing awesome.
Okay, so West Harris, $9,946. Tyler, $7,967. Northeast Tarrant County, $7,615.35. North Harris County, $5,465. San Antonio, $5,327. Richardson, $4,371.58. Tarrant County, $4,296. Lubbock, $1,409. Dallas, $1,201 for a total of $59,992.53. That was for 10 branches. The state board contributed $7,400 that year. And with all branches in the state together, the total for that year was $80,005.38. And in addition to the branch donations, we also are honoring each branch that had high per capita or per person donations. So for the same year in Tyler, the average donation per person was $120.71. Northeast Tarrant County, $87.95. Houston, $72.22. San Antonio, $71.03. Austin, $69.63. North Dallas, $59.93. Tarrant County, $54.38. Lubbock, $50.32. West Harris County, $46.70. And in Fort Bend, $42.43. So no matter who you are or how big your branch is, you can still make an impact. Now, for the last year, the one we are finishing up right now, the top 10 branch donations in the state were led by Austin with $12,394.60. West Harris County, $9,946. Tyler, $7,967. Northeast Tarrant County, $7,615.35. North Harris County, $5,465. San Antonio, $5,327. Richardson, $4,371.58.
Excuse me,
Tarrant
Margie,
County-
I'm going to interrupt. I think you're rereading the 2020s.
No, not that I'm aware of, but
Well, the numbers you're reading are not what's on the screen. Just a thought.
Gloria,
Yes.
I may have the wrong numbers and I can't see the screen. It keeps
Okay.
leaving.
May I read them for you?
Yes, if you would, and then I do same problem with the per capitas.
Okie dokie. On this one, the San Antonio branch was number one with $10,586.60. Tyler, $10,485. Northeast Tarrant County, $9,450. West Harris County, $7,896.36. Austin, $7,335.30. North Harris County, $5,215. Georgetown, $4,229. Tarrant County, $3,665. Fort Bend, $1,582. North Dallas, $1,268. Texas donated $5,000 this past year, and all branch totals together $72,449. And then the per capita for 2021, Stephenville branch $230. Tyler, $166.43 per person. San Antonio, $130.69. Northeast Tarrant, $91.74. Georgetown, $61.29. Tarrant County, $49.53. Fort Bend, $49.44. Southeast Harris County, $43.46. Austin, $42.40. North Harris County, $40.74. Back to you, Marge.
Thank you, Gloria. Sorry about the computer issues, folks. One of the things I wanted to let everyone know is that certificates will be sent out to all of these branches, and I hope that you will join
Say, Gloria, I'm going to hand it. Oh, Margie, you are speaking beautifully and you are still on mute. There you go.
Okay. So certificates will be sent out to all of the branches, and I hope that you will join me in congratulating members as you see them. The women of Texas are indeed a force to be reckoned with, and I hope we will continue this pace in the years to come. And I can take questions if there are any.
No questions at this time.
Thank you, Terry. And thank you, Margie. Thanks to our branches and to our members who have so generously supported the mission of AAUW in these past 2 years. If you've noticed recently, we just gave out a record $6 million in fellowships and grants at the national level. And that money comes, a lot of it, from us. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Barbara Cager, AAUW Texas Membership Vice President, and she will announce the Outstanding New Member and Outstanding Member Awards.
Thank you, Gloria. Good afternoon, AAUW of Texas members. I am Barbara Cager, AAUW Texas Vice President of Membership. We have had the opportunity to view the slideshows, and it has been a wonderful slideshow for both nominees of AAUW Texas Outstanding New Member and AAUW Texas Outstanding Member at various times during our breaks today. Congratulations to each nominee. You are all winners. You have made a huge difference in your branch. We thank you for your dedication and your commitment to AAUW. It was difficult selecting the winners. Thus, nonpartisan judges from Texas Christian University in Fort Worth, Texas, were engaged to select both the AAUW Texas Outstanding New Member and the AAUW Texas Outstanding Member. A special thanks is extended to Dr. Stacy McCormick and Dr. Whitney Boyd for volunteering their precious time, their expertise, and dedication during this process. At this time, would you please display the names of the nominees for AAUW Texas Outstanding New Member? Please view the names of the nominees as they appear on your screen. Now is the time. Thank you. The winner of the AAUW North Texas, the AAUW Texas new member, outstanding new member, is Marissa Kylan, Tarrant County, AAUW Texas, Tarrant County branch. That's Marissa Kylan from the Tarrant County branch. Congratulations, Marissa. Some of the contributions for Marissa are showing excellence at the beginning by just jumping in with the branch by contributing and contributing to events and adding new energy and ideas. Marissa accepted the role of Vice President of Programs and developed dynamic programming during COVID. She arranged for the branch members to travel virtually to a museum in Greencastle, Pennsylvania, to celebrate the centennial of women's suffrage, arranging for branch members to hear stories of an elder of the Gully Geechee culture in St. Helena Islands of South Carolina. Marissa orchestrated an intimate interview with 4 of the founding members of Tarrant County Branch for the 50th anniversary. This intelligent young graduate, full of energy and purpose, has chosen to join AAUW, an organization, she said, that matched her professional mission as well as her personal values. She has brought refreshing thoughts to the table. She has served with integrity, cultivates teamwork, and designs programs to align with the mission of AAUW. All of this while she strives to enlighten, engage, and ensure that a good time is held by all. The Tarrant County Branch salutes this wonderful new member who brings promise to a vital future for AAUW. She has made a positive and lasting impact on the Tarrant County Branch. Congratulations, Marissa Carlin of the Tarrant County Branch, AAUW Texas Outstanding New Member. Will you please display the names of the nominees for Outstanding Member? If you will peruse those names. Now is the time. Drum roll, please. Thank you. And the winner is, for the outstanding AAUW Texas Outstanding Member, is Carolyn Morris, West Harris Branch, West Harris County Branch. Congratulations, Carolyn. There are many, but these are some of the contributions Carolyn has made to her branch. She served as president-elect, immediately past president, and currently serves as treasurer. Carolyn's leadership and organization skills were evident that she cleared the way to success. During the time when everyone was confined to their homes, Carolyn set up a Zoom account and implemented training for about 200 members in her branch. She contacted each member, offering Zoom training. She worked days and nights to ensure that West Harris County Branch stayed connected. She was determined and persistent, and it worked. Her branch designed and designated her as their Zoom queen. Carolyn also worked collaboratively with branch members to raise funds for their 5-star status. She made masks for members, phoned to check on those members that were homebound, and assisted in keeping the newsletter up to date. Immediately prior to COVID shutdown, she spearheaded AAUW's Smart Start and Work Smart for graduating students at Texas Southern University in Houston. She led the charge to raise funds for 3 $2,000 scholarships for high school girls that were planning to major in a STEM career. Carolyn created and activated a new outreach book club via Zoom that is accessible to the local members as well as those that moved out of town. West Harris County is very proud to have their Zoom queen, Carolyn Morris. Long may she reign. Congratulations, Carolyn Morris of West Harris County branch as AAUW Texas Outstanding Member. Congratulations to both of our winners. Back to you, Gloria.
Thank you, Barbara. Congratulations to everyone who was nominated for their contributions to AAUW at the branch level. You are indeed all winners. Our next celebration is by Jackie Littleton, Legacy Circle Liaison for Texas, New Mexico, and Louisiana. Jackie will recognize our state Legacy Circle members. Jackie?
Thank you, Gloria. One of the speakers at a seminar I attended recently talked about ways to add value to your life by adding value to the lives of others. Some of my attempts at adding value didn't seem like much at the time. I complimented a woman selling at a flea market on her beautiful hair. Tears came into her eyes as she thanked me. Her friends had been telling her she was too old to wear her hair down. I was glad to be able to make her feel better about herself, and I felt a little better about my gray going to white hair too. I stopped to let a woman in the grocery store parking lot smell the carnations I was carrying. That started a long conversation about aromas, ending with her memory of how good home smoked barbecue smells when you cook it all day. We both left smiling and remembering. This isn't all I took away from the meeting, but it's something that brings the Legacy Circle to mind. No matter what or when you decide to invest in AAUW, you will be adding value to the lives of untold numbers of women and girls by your commitment. I hope you think of this from time to time, and I hope it makes you smile as it continues to add value to your life as well. These are the current Legacy Circle members in Texas by branch. The complete list is included in your program. I believe it's the last page. Those are in alphabetical order. I want to read these by branch, and you'll understand why in a minute. Austin, Anita Knight, Marshall Endall Kramer, Linda Welsh, and Pam Wolf. Houston, Margot Johnson. Lubbock, Lucy Barrington. Plano, Barbara Walters. Northeast Tarrant, Cheryl Butler, Pat Chong, Dixie Christian, Cheryl Dale, Jean Dodds, Keith Dodds, Lynn Doyle, Claudia Foreman, Marianne Getz, Anna Holzer, Paula Jernigan, Rosemary Jobe, Isla Colonize. I've been practicing it and I still mess it up. Janet Key, Gloria Long, Pat Lucas, Margaret Martin, Martha Matthews, Lynn Milner, Mimi Nemix, Jenny Phoenix, Holly Post, Martha Ragsdale, Diane Siegel, and Meg Sprinkle. Yes, you heard right. 1/4 of the Northeast Tarrant branch are made up of Legacy Circle members. Oh, take that as a challenge. San Antonio, Cheryl Fuller, Malinda Gaul, Amanda McGuire, Karen Reichensberger, and Pat Sanford. Southeast Harris, Mary Ellen Harris. Tarrant, Barbara Cager. Tyler, Sheila Austin, Carol Cushman, and myself. West Harris, Mary Lou Fowler. National members. They may be branch members, but I had no record of that. Linda Conger, Canyon Lake. Lynn Hagan, College Station. Virginia Mann, McAllen. And Susan Pine, El Paso. Susan's membership is in memory of her mother, Georgia Kidwell, a longtime member of AAUW Texas. I hope you will take the time to thank these folks and ask them why they have included AAUW in their estate planning. Please consider doing so yourself and contact me if you need some answers. JackieLitt@hotmail.com. JackieLitt@hotmail.com. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Jackie. This is how we ensure that the organization continues even after we're gone. At the moment, I would like to take an opportunity to congratulate Northeast Tarrant County member Tricia Whitlock. She was one of the art winners in our art contest this year. There's her beautiful piece of art called Stargazer that she had designed for a friend sometime and submitted it to the art contest. And so if you've gotten your note cards recently, you've seen her beautiful note card. May that be a challenge to all you artists out there to submit your artwork next time. Thank you, Chastity. At this time, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to express my appreciation to all the members of the outgoing board. Melodia Gutierrez was our programs VP for the first year of the biennium, 2020-2021. Terry Whaley came in and did 2021-22. Margie Poole is our VP of Funds. Barbara Cager, Vice President for Membership. Diane Roberts, our Financial Officer. Mary Smith, our Secretary. Sarah Wood, the North District Representative. Emma Hoffel, the other North District Representative. Marcy Liddell from the Central District Representative. Betsy Calabro, South District Representative. Lucy Barrington, West District Representative. Karen Reichensberger, who was communicated with our colleges and universities, and Pat Rem, Head of Public Policy. Should there be a second one there? I thought there was a second page, because we also had Malinda Gaul, who did our newsletter. There we go. Lynn Hagan, who was in charge of our share grants, our sharing of funds with our branches, and Nick Whistle. And Brasley, our parliamentarian. Marina Rivers for grant services. Malinda Gaul, UWT and emails. Pam Wolf, who worked with the website and Facebook posts. Jenna Kuraman, who also helped on our website. And Crystal Garcia, who was our diversity and inclusion person for 2020-2021. I couldn't have done it without you ladies. Thank you so much for a job well done. I need to say a special thank you to Terry Whaley. When Melodia, our previous program VP, moved out of state for her job, Terry was willing to join the board and take on the planning of this event. In the middle of an unprecedented pandemic, as we oscillated back and forth, are we going to do it in person or we're going to do it virtually? Which one are we going? And she's done a fantastic job. We couldn't have done it without her, and I am exceedingly grateful. It's been a privilege to work with each of you these past 2 years, and it's been an unusual biennium, and we dealt with COVID problems, and we upped our technology skills, and many of you, not just the gal in West Harris County, have become Zoom queens. I appreciate that many of you are staying on the board, some of you in new positions, to assist Lynn Hagan in the days ahead. Terry will now introduce our next speaker.
Before I introduce our next speaker, I have some heartfelt gratitude I need to express. I want to personally thank the conference committee and the LAC. Dixie Christian and Paula Jernigan were the local chairs for the LAC. They helped with the legwork to set up facilities, only to have to pivot to all virtual format. I couldn't have done it without them and Gloria Long and the board committee. Everyone worked together, especially Jenny Phoenix, who produced the program, Nelda Reed, who handled registration, Ilsa Kalnies, who managed the finances, and Jackie Littleton, who developed the evaluation form you will receive after the conference. Another big thank you to Chastity Crawley, who is our Zoom webinar host today. And I appreciate Ann Brasley and Malinda Gaul for monitoring the Q&A sessions today. I also have to give a special thank you to Gloria Long. She's a great leader, and I have learned so much from her during this process. Gloria, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything you helped me with this past year. There are so many other people to thank. Please know that I am very grateful to everyone who had a hand in producing this event. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Malinda Gaul. I'm going to stop here. We are a little bit early for Malinda. Should I go ahead and introduce her?
You want me to show my gift?
Sure.
Make the full screen, Chastity. I just have to share this. Harry sent me this awesome wind chime. It's the Bluebird of Happiness, covered with gold. The wind chime, it's beautiful, and I absolutely love it. Thank you, Terry.
Well, you're very welcome. It was the least I could do for all the assistance and support.
I can't wait to hang it up outside and enjoy it.
Okay. I'll go ahead and introduce Malinda. After receiving her JD degree from Baylor University, Malinda Gaul has been a trial attorney for 39 years, specializing in employment law representing employees. She has been involved in AAUW for more than 30 years and currently serves as the vice chair of the national board. At the national level, she also served on the Legal Advocacy Fund Advisory Committee, Nominating Committee, and Convention Procedures Committee. She has been Texas State President twice and San Antonio Branch President, in addition to many other elected and committee positions at both levels. While her greatest passion is for AAUW, she has also served on numerous other nonprofit boards, both locally and statewide, including the Equal Justice Center, Texas Employment Lawyers Association, State Bar of Texas and Employment Law Section, Women in the Law Section, and Business and Professional Women. Please welcome Malinda Gaul.
Malinda, if you are with us, you may still be on mute, so we are not hearing any sound from you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Awesome, that's it, thank you.
Sorry, I unmuted, then must have muted again. So I bring you greetings from AAUW National, and I want to talk to you a little bit about what's been going on, and then hopefully have time to answer any of your questions. We're starting with a big sorry. As many of you know, we've been trying to bring the database into the current century. And for those of us who have been members for more than 30 years, who had multiple emails in the system, it has been a nightmare to merge everything. But I'm happy to report that even though this slide says that the Community Hub is still in the practice stages and we're going to be up in a few weeks, you should have been receiving messages this week that we can now basically go online and renew your memberships and start downloading the membership checks that you've gotten. And so the system should be working. In fact, I practiced this morning. I went online and I renewed my membership and it worked. So hopefully everybody will go online and set up their new account in the Community Hub and renew their membership. You'll also be receiving another email on May 10th about the national election that's going on. There are candidates for the board, and there are some, 2 bylaws changes coming out of the governance committee regarding notice periods.
Malinda,
yes.
May I interrupt a second? Will you stop? You're not on camera. You've got your camera off.
Okay.
We're just seeing your, I got my COVID vaccine slide.
It won't let me put my camera on. Keeps
Oh.
telling me I can't start.
Well, weird. Okie dokie. Well, I guess we just don't get to see your smiling face.
Yeah, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. There we go. Thank you, host. So can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's good because I want you to see all the gold that I put on, and Jackie Littleton will appreciate my product placement for Legacy Circle of the things that have been given to me over the years for being a Legacy Circle member. So let's go back to the voting. There's a couple of bylaws changes that are on the ballot. This has come about because for many of those of you who have been members of this organization for years, you know we've gone away from delegate voting at a national convention to one person, one vote. And we've also changed to having elections every year for the board so that we have a staggered board instead of electing a whole group of people new every year. The two changes to the bylaws have to do with notice periods that are left over from when we used to get ready for a convention. So hopefully you've either received an email allowing you to vote, or if we didn't have an email for you, or if you had unsubscribed for any of the emails, you should have received a paper ballot. There's going to be one more message coming out on May 10th. So hopefully we get everybody voting. Also, I want to tell you about an email that comes out periodically to leaders called Membership Matters. It has a lot of information for branch and state leaders, but it's accessible on the website for anybody who wants to see this information. We hear a lot that either you get too many emails from AAUW and you can't read everything, or you don't get enough information from AAUW. So if you really want to know what's going on, you can go to the website and look for the Membership Matters, search Membership Matters in the search term, and that will lead you to this electronic newsletter that tells you a lot about what's going on. And then for those of you who are branch leaders, Connect, which we've been using for a long time, and which used to have a whole lot of people answering the phone, but now doesn't have quite as many people. They've started office hours. So you can sign up for a specific office hour on Thursdays at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. You submit your questions ahead of time, and you and other people will have access to live support. And you can search for that form where you sign up on the website by putting state and branch tools in the search box and then scrolling down, and you'll find the form. Gloria mentioned this earlier, but it's worth saying again. In 22 and 23, we have awarded over $6 million in fellowships and grants. This is a record amount to 320 fellows and grantees. Now, this money for fellowships and grants comes from our endowed funds, and many of you have been part of AAUW and have given over the years to specific grants, often named for a branch or a specific member. During the history of AAUW, our fellowships and grants have grown to over $150 million. So we were able, due to the great stock market, to be able to give $6 million this year in fellowships and grants. You can go on our website and read about the fellows and the grantees, and they are outstanding women. I have to tell a personal story. I was on a panel regarding pay equity with the YWCA in San Antonio recently, and one of the other panelists came up to me and said, I received an AAUW grant when I was in graduate school, and it changed my life. And so what we do at AAUW with our dollars and cents that we have given over the years to the endowed funds has done a lot to change the lives of many, many women across this country and around the world. STEM for Girls is returning. As you may know, AAUW often focuses on different public policy or different areas of focus. And that's because we go often where we have the money to support the programs. So for a while, STEM wasn't a really big focus for AAUW. We still had our STEM camps very prominent in California and a few other states, but AAUW National wasn't doing a lot for STEM. Then along comes the big donation that we received from a member's estate, and it was dedicated to STEM. And so we've created STEM for Girls, and this is a program during the summer. And it's a series of virtual workshops created for girls in middle and high school, and particularly focusing on girls of color. And in addition to the workshops, they're also connected with mentors who help to work, mentors who are working in STEM, and to help them learn more about STEM opportunities. So we're really excited that due to the donation, we were able to bring STEM back into a focus of AAUW. Because we have a huge endowment that is only allowed to be used for fellowships and grants, we have to depend on other pools of money to do anything else that AAUW does. And so when we get a donation like we did in this for the STEM program, it's great. But if you want us to do other things, you have to remember that we need to have what we call unrestricted funds, and that's funds that are connected to greatest needs. So if you want to make a donation that can be used by AAUW for priority focus, you need to make your donations to greatest needs. So let's talk about what AAUW does really well, and that is on the issue of equal pay. We are looked at as one of the leaders on equal pay. And in case you haven't looked lately, I want to remind you of a few things that we have available at AAUW. We published a research study called The Simple Truth About the Gender Pay Gap. And this is a resource for you that answers all of those challenges to the myth that there is no such thing as a pay gap. And it talks about what creates the pay gap, and that it's not just choices that are made by women in their careers and in their education, but there truly are things that create a difference in the pay of men and women. This study is updated yearly, and there is a supplement to it that talks about systemic racism and the pay gap, how it affects women of color more than it affects even white women. We have on the website fast facts about the gender pay gap that you can use as your talking points when you're talking about this issue. And don't forget about our equal pay days. Now, AAUW doesn't set the equal pay days. We are part of a coalition that works with the organizations that lead on the equal pay day events. March 15th was Equal Pay Day. And for those of you who've paid attention to this over the years, you know, we've moved a little bit. We've moved from when we used to celebrate this in April, and now we're celebrating it in March. On May 3rd, it will be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Women's Equal Pay Day. September 21st is Black Women's Equal Pay Day. November 30th is Native Women's Equal Pay Day. And unfortunately, December 8th, almost a whole year later, is Latina's Equal Pay Day. And this is particularly important for those of us who live in Texas to know that our Latina sisters spend 2 years to make what the average white male makes in 1 year. And don't forget about Work Smart and Start Smart. We've been using the online version during the pandemic, but we're gearing back up to start doing live presentations of Work Smart and Start Smart. Now, when this program first started, branches could get the materials and hold these workshops, and it was kind of free to everybody. But we've learned that this proprietary information that we've created, this workshop, is an asset of AAUW's, and it's very valuable to us. We started with working with the city of Boston, Massachusetts, and the mayor there, who wanted to train at least half of the women in Boston. And we worked a financial deal with Boston to give them Work Smart and Start Smart. So if you're going to do a Work Smart or Start Smart program, there is a licensing fee and there is a requirement to have a trained facilitator. So it's not difficult, but it is a little bit of a process. So if your branch is interested in doing Work Smart, Start Smart, you need to get the process started and contact the people at National about getting the license and getting the proper training for your person to facilitate it, or hiring somebody from AAUW National. These Work Smart, Start Smart workshops are being done all over the country. I'm working now with the YWCA here in San Antonio and the Women's Commission, on the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, to start doing them around San Antonio again. So if you're interested, you really need to look into this, because it is a fantastic asset that we have. Work Smart and Start Smart workshops are amazing and will make the lives of women and girls better if they have these skills. There is a new program that has been created called Money Smart, and it's a financial literacy program that we have just created during this pandemic time. And finally, there is an Empower series that is open to everyone. Empower is a product of the 3 years that we were able to get a huge grant from the Coca-Cola company, and we started the Empower program. So you can go on the website and see when they have these different programs that are free and open to everyone. Most of you know about NCWSL, which is the National Conference for College Women Student Leaders. Well, they just announced that their keynote speaker is Nicole Hannah-Jones. She's the Pulitzer Prize winning creator of the 1619 Project and a staff writer at the New York Times Magazine. So we're very excited to have her to come to NCWSL and talk to the young women. NCWSL is virtual again this year, and many of you in the branches have sponsored young women to this conference. It is something that if you know a college woman who is interested in leadership opportunities, NCWSL is the way to go. So make sure they know about that. And finally, we'll allow any questions that you might have.
Hi, Malinda.
Hello.
First of all, there's an attendee that has their hand raised. We really can't respond to you that way. If you have a question or would like to make a comment from Malinda, if you could please enter that in the Q&A, that would be the best way to do that. We do have a couple of questions. Back when you were talking about the Greatest Needs Fund and the different endowments, Helen asks if it is correct that all of our national funds have been fully funded.
I hesitate because I want to make sure I explain this correctly. For decades, we allowed branches and states to start small endowments that could be funded over a series of years. Sometimes a branch or a state would start a fund and never finish it. And if it didn't finish, it never could be used. So over the last 10 years or so, we have worked with everybody to try to get those either finished or grouped together or closed down. So I would say that right now, AAUW is sitting pretty well on top of a fully funded endowment for fellowships and grants. That doesn't mean you can't start a new one. you have to talk to national staff because they want to make sure that if you start an endowment, it gets finished in a reasonable time. But that's on the fellowships and grants side. Over on the rest of the story side, over the years, we've kind of focused on different funds. So you'll hear like Legal Advocacy Fund has enough money to support what it does, or you might hear that there's another fund. Yes, some of those areas of focus have enough money, but generally for our advocacy, for our programming, for Work Smart, Start Smart, Money Smart, Empower, all of those other things we do, no, we're not fully funded. And we need unrestricted dollars. We need money in greatest needs so that when something comes up and we think it's a good focus for AAUW, we have the money to use. And we don't have to just go where the money's been designated and follow that. So while much of AAUW is fully funded, there is still a lot of work that we do that is not fully funded. So hopefully that answered your question.
We have a couple of different questions about the dues. I'm going to try to consolidate these into a little bit broader question. The first has to do with individual members. Are individual members going to receive an email telling them what the dues are and giving them the link to register? Or do they just have to go online themselves without a link associated with it?
I don't know if we're going to send a link because it just like came out this week that we're ready to do it. So I don't know if you're going to get your normal link, but you can go on now and go into your profile and go through the process there easily. It's as if you got the link. And you really do need to go online and set up your new profile. We've always used member numbers to track everything, and we're not doing that now. We're using member emails in addition to member numbers. So you need to go set up your new profile. I hope to find out a little bit more about if you're going to get a link, but I think the easiest thing to do is just go into your profile, make sure it's fully set up, and renew your dues there.
So does that mean until everyone has set up their new profile that a branch finance officer is going to have difficulty doing a bulk renewal or a bulk registration of new members?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know this new notice that was sent out to branch finance officers has a section on there about how to upload all of that. So they should have that information on there for you to do it. So I don't think it's required that the members have their profile set up, but it would be good if you go ahead and do that. And like I said, there's training videos, there's information, all of that now, and it is open for finance officers to start doing the bulk renewals.
So it sounds like we should be expecting some more information in the next couple of weeks as we go forward to wrapping up our end of our year.
Well, they really were trying to keep everything flowing as fast as they could. And like I said, this thing just came out at the end of this week to say, okay, we're ready to go. And so I think you're going to be getting more emails to give you more details on what's going on.
Okay. We also have a question about the Work Smart and Start Smart. For facilitators, is the online training, okay, well, first of all, is there any free online training for Work Smart and Start Smart still?
Yes.
For participants?
My understanding is if you were a former participant, you need to contact them about going through the training again and getting up to speed with the new Work Smart, Start Smart. So you need to contact National to get enrolled in that online training for facilitating.
So I think we're talking about two things. So let's just be clear. If you have not facilitated these in a while, you need to go online, contact National, get the information for how to get updated. And is that facilitator training still free?
That is my understanding, is the facilitator training is still free, but you can't just go out and facilitate. The people you're going to be facilitating to have to purchase a license in order to present the workshop.
Okay. And is AAUW still offering any free online Work Smart or Start Smart?
Yes, that online Work Smart is still available for free to anybody, not just members.
Do we know that that's going to continue somewhat indefinitely, or is there a time frame for that?
I have not heard that that's going to end. That is a product that we have out there for everybody.
Okay. We have a recommendation from one of our members that if you are going to go out and set up your profile and to make changes to it, it's best to do it from a laptop or a desktop. It is apparently not working very well when you're using a phone or a tablet to access that part of the process.
And that's true anytime you're setting up a profile. You're better off doing it on your desktop so that you get the full screen and all the information, because it does ask you a lot of questions and you want to make sure you get to everything.
Okay. That looks like the bulk of the questions we have from members today. If you have one last question for Malinda, if you could type it in your Q&A section, then we'll pop that over to her. I am not seeing any additional questions, Malinda. Thank you for bringing us up to date.
Okay, and as I take a sip from my Legacy Circle cup, so that all of you will join the Legacy Circle and make your donations to Greatest Needs, and then AAUW will be able to continue to do all the great work that it does. I am a proud member of this organization. I am extremely proud to be part of the San Antonio branch, AAUW Texas, and I think that this organization is still very relevant, still very needed, and I am proud of all the members that we have and all the good work they do. So thank you for the opportunity for me to serve you on the national board and to bring you greetings from AAUW National and information. And I'll close with this. My email, you can reach me through the AAUW website, or my email's out there. If you ever have a question, please do not hesitate to contact me. If I don't know the answer, I will get the answer for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Malinda. Now we are going to have a short break that is going to include a slideshow about the history of AAUW's involvement with passing Title IX. So this will bring you up to date on what the AAUW involvement was with that law, and then we will hear from our next speaker.
You want to share the time, Terry, for the start of the next
Oh,
speaker?
yes. Coach Reagan Pebley from Texas Christian University will start at 2:15. So hope to see you back then. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you, Chastity, for that slideshow and for Gloria for preparing it, giving us the history of AAUW's involvement in Title IX. But now it's time to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Title IX legislation, which made it possible for women and girls to participate in many more educational opportunities, including participation in secondary and collegiate sports. I would like to introduce Reagan Pebley, head women's basketball coach, Texas Christian University. Reagan Pebley is in her 8th season as TCU women's basketball head coach in 2021-2022. She has also coached successful seasons at Fresno State and Utah State prior to coming to TCU. She's a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association Board of Directors. She was a standout at the University of Colorado, where she was one of 9 players in CU history to score over 1,000 career points and collect over 700 rebounds. Reagan was selected the 21st overall pick of the inaugural WNBA draft in 1997, where she played 2 seasons with the Cleveland Rockers and the Utah Stars. Coach Pebley was recently honored by Girls Inc. of Tarrant County as one of this county's bold women, an award they presented to 3 outstanding women. Please welcome Coach Reagan Pebley.
Well, thank you. Can you give me a thumbs up if my audio's coming out okay? All right, oh, I got 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much. So again, I'm just gonna be really transparent and honest with y'all. I'm all those things that you just said are humbling, and yes, they're a part of my past, but today I am being a mom and I'm on college tours with my son, and he is getting ready to graduate from high school, and we're out east visiting some schools, and I am sitting in the back office of an athletic director's office at Exeter. And so that's why you see this back here. But it's kind of cool. Like, I'm in this office, and this is just out east in the Northeast. And this is literally in a dungeon type of office, but I'm seeing, pictures of Sabrina Ionescu from Oregon on the wall, and Megan Rapone is on the wall behind me, behind this plant, if you guys can see that. And it just warms my heart that in this office, where a man actually is the one who resides here, there are so many evidences of how far women's athletics has come, and that it is really a part of our daily narrative now. And I'm excited to talk a little bit more about this with you all. And I have some videos to show, and I've got my fingers crossed that those are going to come through okay for y'all. I'm a big believer that I'm only who I am because of all the people who have poured into me. And I know that means a lot of people that I have never even met, that, my feet haven't touched the ground at the same time that their feet have touched the ground. And there's a lot of people who have said things in a way more articulate way than I have or will. And so I'm going to just utilize their voices in this presentation about Title IX, and obviously where we've been, and where we are right now, and where we hope to get to. So some of your slide actually prior to this during the break was kind of taking some of my speech away, but we're going to get a little redundant, but that's okay. As many of you, I'm sure, know that we're embarking on the 50th anniversary of Title IX. And what Title IX has done for us is measurable, but it's also very unmeasurable. Just a few of those measures that I wanted to point out. Prior to Title IX passing, there were, well, let me say right now, there's over 200,000 women right now that are participating in college athletics, between the Division I, the Division II, and the Division III, as well as the NAIA and the junior college ranks. That is 6 times as many as there were in 1972. And it's not just important to think about that number has grown, but what's more important is what's the quality of their experience like? We can have a bunch of more people invited to a party, but if everyone's having a really bad time at the party, nobody really wants to be there. And I know that the quality of the experience overall has improved tremendously. But again, the theme of this is we still have room for growth. Back in 1972, only 1 in 27 girls had ever participated in any kind of organized sport at any age. And now it's 1 in every 5. You know, this past Olympics, both the Winter Olympics and the Summer Olympics, it was the largest female contingency representing the US in the Olympics than we'd ever had. There's 90%, I love this stat. So only 90%, or there's 90% of females that are CEOs. So female CEOs played sports. And, you know, if you think about the fact that only of the Fortune 500 companies, only 6% of them are women. But again, 90% of those 60% actually played collegiate sports. And I think that's a tremendous fact that really helps us understand what's going on in sports, what's going on with Title IX that's helping create these leaders in our country. So today we have over 3 million women across our country that are playing, and young girls that are involved in sports. And I just think about, like, all of them are coming across and getting to meet Title IX heroes. And I just wanted to introduce a couple of my Title IX heroes. So I'm going to go and screen share. I am a basketball coach. I'm not a technology junkie. So if you guys can just stay patient with me, I'd really appreciate it. But here we go. Let's see if this works. Is my screen sharing? Yes? Can I get a thumbs up? Because I can't hear. Okay. All right, great. So yes, we're gonna, a couple of my Title IX personal heroes, and I'm just gonna point out first is this picture of this team right here is one of my very first teams that I played in. And that's my dad, the tall guy with the bell-bottom jeans and the butterfly collar on, and a bunch of my teammates. And I can tell you the other gentleman, he also was one of the dads of the girls on this team. And we were just a bunch of girls from all over Missouri that wanted to be able to continue to play this game that we were playing in the streets with our dad and with our brothers and kids in the neighborhood. And we wanted to see what we could do. At that time, there was hardly any basketball with women playing in it that was on TV, on national broadcast. Maybe you get 1 game or 2 games in the college season that you could catch on a Saturday afternoon. There had been already a women's pro league that had tried to get started, and after a couple of these seasons had failed. The name of this team that you see, we were called the Pride. And my dad in the late 70s, early 80s, he was a coach in that women's pro league. The Dallas Diamonds had a team, and then the New Orleans Pride had a team. So I was a little girl that was going with my dad to those practices and watching these women play. And they would not be playing on TV. They would be playing for whoever decided to come to the game, whatever kind of ticket giveaways they could get to get people into the crowds. I remember going with my dad and players on his team to local car dealerships to try to talk people to coming into watching his team play. We would wash cars as fundraisers to make sure we had enough money for travel. And that was going on at the professional level at that time. But I just think, you know, there's so many women absolutely that have helped us and are the massive major trailblazers in Title IX. But there's some dads out there too, my dad in particular, that I know really did a lot to help advance where we're at. And it really was because he was a guy who played college basketball. He played professional basketball. He was excited to teach a son. He had 6 girls, and he was like, well, okay, we're going to figure this out. And started realizing very quickly as his daughters started to come up through the educational system that the opportunities that he was given were nowhere close to the opportunities that his daughters had. And everywhere we went, my dad was fighting for us. So my dad right now is creeping up on 77 years old. He is still coaching college women at Collin in Plano Junior College. He might be one of the oldest coaches in the country. And he just pours into these women as much as he can. The other woman that you see right there is Seal Berry, and she was my college coach. And I'll tell you, she was the very first woman that I played for. And it took until I was in college before I played for a woman. And I am so thankful that not only did she have the basketball expertise that she had, because that taught me so much about and helped form me into the coach that I am, but she had just the life experience, the foresight to know and understand that she was standing in that place on that platform with that whistle around her neck, doing way more than teaching us basketball. And she taught me and helped me understand how important it was that we knew that we were important to the campus, to the community, that we were going to make a difference. We played at the very same arena that our men's team played at Colorado. And some of the things that I can take away, our attendance was bigger than the men's attendance. You drive around town and you'd see bumper stickers in Boulder, Colorado that said, "CU women's basketball," where men are men and women are champions. You saw little girls walking around town wearing our jerseys. You saw our coach speaking all over the community and talking about the importance of what we were doing as women. She made sure when the men got a new locker room, we had a new locker room. She made sure that when the men were traveling in a way that helped them have more success, that we understood that we were deserving of the same right. And she fought for that and made sure we got that. I remember one time we walked into our arena for practice. And as we walked in, there were all these students in the stands and they were packing up their bags. And we were like, what was going on? And it was very strange that, first of all, there were students in the stands. And we came to realize that there had been a final exam scheduled in our arena as we were practicing. And our coach had asked the professor, "Why are you taking an exam in here? And why are you taking it at this time? My team is scheduled to practice." And the professor said, "Well, we couldn't go earlier because the men were practicing." And she said, "Well, you can't go now because the women are practicing." And she invited them out and showed them another place that they could practice. And again, it just validated who we were. And she was setting an example and sending a message to us with in how she was conducting herself. Just a tremendous person. I still call her very often. She still guides me. She's in the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame. She's in the Colorado Hall of Fame, and she's definitely in my personal Title IX Hall of Fame. So again, let me see if I can get my technology to work here. Okay, so I've got a video here of some that's where we've been, a little bit of where I've been with my Title IX growth, but also wanted to show this other video that all of you, I'm sure, know Christine Grant and how pivotal she was in making sure Title IX was passed. Christine was the women's athletic director at University of Iowa, and she grew up in Scotland, which I hadn't realized that until a few years ago. And she just was a major voice, and she pulled along lawmakers and the right people to the table to assure that young women were given the same opportunities within the educational platform, and that included sports. that the young men were. So with this video, I'm just going to show this, and if there's some kind of issue, maybe somebody could alert me in a way so I don't waste anyone's time. Hold on one moment. Just 1 second. Hold on.
Say, Coach Pebley, one of the
Yeah.
things you may need to do is up on that top bar there where it says enable content. So come down just a little bit before that security warning.
Okay, right
So
here.
keep coming down for me.
Okay.
So right above where your presentation is, but right
Okay.
below that toolbar where it
Right.
says enable content on the right-hand side.
Enable content. I don't see something that says enable content. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I
do you,
see Q&A.
okay, so you're not in Zoom, so you're in PowerPoint. You're
Yeah.
almost there. So just scroll over to the right, come down just a little bit. Keep coming. I see your cursor.
Oh, yeah.
There
Okay.
you go.
There
Try
we
that
go.
and see if that happens for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was passed in 72. That's 36 years ago. Who would have thought that today, 36 years later, we'd still be trying to get equal opportunity? The law is only about fairness. That's all it's about. I was born and brought up in Scotland, just outside Edinburgh. And as a child, my parents encouraged me to take part in sport. And I did. I was an athlete competing at the age of 11. And I naively thought that every little girl had that opportunity across the world. I was sadly mistaken. Looking back, Title IX, in my opinion, was the most important piece of federal legislation that was passed in the 20th century for women in this nation. And I can't underscore that enough. The right to vote came up first in 1848 at Seneca Falls, but it took 72 years for women to get that right to vote. 72 years in our country. That's unbelievable to me. The first time I believe that the right to equal opportunity came out was 1920, and it took 52 years to get that passed. And that was Title IX, 1972. I never, ever, for one moment, dreamt that we would be at 2008 and still not in compliance with Title IX, because Title IX is a law about fairness. That is all it's about. Being fair to our daughters and our granddaughters in the same way that we're fair to our sons and grandsons. And that fact gets lost along the way. We are still discriminating today. I am the first to admit we've come a long way. We really have come a long way, but we should have come further. We should have reached equal opportunity, and we haven't. I don't think either our young women or our young men know enough about Title IX. They don't know the history of it. They think what we have today for women has always existed, which is a complete myth. And we need to do such a good job of educating both our young men and our young women about the intent of Title IX, the progress that that's been made, but also what still needs to get done. I believe that both young men and young women would probably say, of course we want our daughters to be treated as well as our sons, but they don't think about it. And they don't think they need to be active to ensure that we keep progressing forward. We have seen attacks on Title IX over the last 3.5 decades, repeated attacks, and we've managed to retain it, which is the wonderful news. But the other side of the coin is these attacks could continue and they could weaken Title IX.
Okay, so I will tell you this video from Christine was from 2002. And everything that she's saying is absolutely the case. Title IX right now, we have, yes, come very far, but we're at a big point and a crossroads, I believe, with Title IX and college athletics. There's so much that is changing right now on the landscape of college athletics. And I'm sure many of you have heard of things about the portal and the NIL. The portal is where student athletes can go from one school to the next school within 1 year of competition and be able to play right away, and without having to sit out. And so you see a lot of transient movement in athletics, and there's an arms race, to use that kind of analogy, for collecting talent. And it is really completely about a player's athletic ability, and it's about how much profit really an institution can bring. The NIL is new legislation that is passed at the NCAA level that allows these student athletes to profit off of their name, image, and likeness. And I personally do believe that there is so many positive things about student athletes being able to go to an institution, realize it's not the right fit, and go find a new institution. And I do see that there's a lot of positives, so many positives about student athletes being able to profit off of their name, image, and likeness, and have a say of what and how their image, their name, and their likeness can be used and what it can be associated with. I think it's important legislation, especially when you start considering gender equity, as well as intersectionality, and just, opportunities and equity for people of all races, all genders, and being able to make sure that we're providing equality and inclusion in those spaces. I think there is, though, some potential unintended consequences on the flip side of that. And because this is the amateurism of collegiate athletics is being challenged, just the whole idea of, are these students truly amateurs now that they can get paid? It's challenging the whole foundation of collegiate athletics. It is very rarely perceived anymore by the public or by those actually in the industry as being amateur. And because of that, the bottom line, the return on investment, lines or word tracks like that are being used in almost every conversation. And when you think about the decision-making tables, where there are major decisions being considered and made, who's making up those decision makers? Very few of them are women. Very few of them are women of color. But yet the student athletes are women. Very often there are also women of color. And that representation is not there. And I'm very concerned. I'm just going to be really honest. I'm very concerned about how Title IX will be protected as we move forward in this day of name, image, and likeness. So I want to, as many of you probably know, we recently had in the 2001 NCAA women's basketball tournament, there was quite an opportunity. And unfortunately, it was something that was really hard on the student athletes. It's something that was not new in 2021. It had been going on since the beginning of the NCAA tournament, where there was a huge discrepancy between the men's experience and the women's experience of the NCAA tournament. The NCAA tournament for men's basketball in women's basketball. It's the largest revenue producing event in all of amateur athletics and definitely in the NCAA. It creates a revenue that is enough to fund and support all divisions in all sports. It's a tremendous revenue generator. Well, from that, there's a video here that I want to show you all that kind of describes more of what the experience of the student athletes was like. And then as a result of it, the Kaplan report that came out that really addressed the inequalities that were existing through the NCAA and that tournament.
Valley News Live Sports Director Beth Houle was at the Final Four this weekend in Minneapolis and has more of the changes still to come.
There are still several important factors the NCAA and their conference members are working to address following the Kaplan report. And for those involved in the women's game, they are arguably some of the most important that remain, including how the women's tournament can generate its own financial stability to ensure its future growth. The conversation of equality in athletics always seems to come back to money. Money made, money spent, money lost. According to the Kaplan report, the structure the NCAA had in place created a losing game for the women's tournament.
The Kaplan report was extremely exhaustively researched, and they put together some really terrific material, and not all of which we were happy to read because it was hard. Some of it was just hard stuff to read, and their critique was severe in a lot of ways, but that doesn't mean it was wrong.
The Kaplan report found that the NCAA spent $53.2 million on the 2019 men's tournament, compared to $17.9 million on the women's. The report explained the many disparities, quote, limited the growth of women's basketball, and that the lack of investment, quote, perpetuated a mistaken narrative that women's basketball is destined to be a money loser year after year.
We certainly still know that we've got a ways to go. This is not a finished task or anything remotely close to it, but in the time that was available and the resources that we're able to put in, I think you'll all be able to see and recognize that there's a fair amount of changes that have occurred.
The factor coaches at the women's Final Four seem to agree is the biggest financial hurdle is the distribution scheme currently in place, which financially rewards men's schools and conferences for success in the NCAA tournament.
It doesn't have to be the same. We just need to be treated correctly. So as long as they're given the same experiences, that's what we're fighting for. Now, as they've discussed, it would be great to see shares of revenue given out as you move on in the NCAA tournament for the women as well. And it might not be the same amount as the men. See, I've never been a big proponent of everything has to be the same.
The NCAA's revenue distribution scheme awarded $168.5 million in 2019 based on their performance in the men's basketball tournament and $0 for success in the women's tournament. And according to the Kaplan report, that creates an incentive for schools and conferences to prioritize the men's programs.
I do believe that we should incorporate a unit structure over the next maybe 10 years where, having there be financial reward for the teams being successful. And I think that would help the resources on each campus.
But that decision to add revenue distribution lies with the conferences.
There's a group working on it right now. That's part of this being a great moment to have this transformation committee working and the new constitution, because I do believe that it's really important that they look at it, that they look at how can we get the resources that we need in this championship and other women's championships overall, by the way.
The hurdle in getting the women's programs that compensation is the question of where the money comes from. One possibility is it being taken from the same pool as the men's funds. But the Kaplan report also suggested the next TV contract, which will begin in 2024, could be renegotiated to create a new pool of money where a women's basketball performance fund could grow on its own.
For so long, it feels like we've acted like when it comes to women's sports, it's sort of like rocket science, like, well, how do we grow viewership? Very easy, right? You grow viewership by more robust coverage. You grow viewership by making people fall in love with these players, by talking about storylines, and by giving them a platform.
The NCAA has sold out 8 of the last 9 women's championships, and the Kaplan report recognized an already growing viewership for women's basketball, with this year's numbers proving their projection right. ESPN report.
Okay, so with that, let me get out of this here. So with that, I want to just highlight a few things. It gave you some action plans right there. So yes, there was a massive difference, as you noted, between not only the financial investment, but the overall experience at that tournament as well. We were in the middle of COVID. The type of testing that was provided to the student athletes that were competing in it was different. The type of lodging that they stayed in was completely different. And this was coming from the NCAA, which should be, we believe, really the leaders in demonstrating Title IX compliance. So there was some charges presented, and as women of Texas, these really, you can do a lot to continue to help us improve. We have in this state incredible women's sports. If we go out and we support them, we buy tickets to their games, we show how important they are, we validate the model by investing, by buying tickets, buying t-shirts, doing exactly what I experienced from my university when I played for Coach Barry. Also, this coming season for the 2023 Women's Basketball NCAA Tournament Championship, that will be held in Dallas. We have an opportunity to really celebrate the 50th anniversary of Title IX in conjunction with the Final Four in Dallas. And I know the Big 12 Conference is going to be doing a lot of programming around that, as well as the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. And we really hope that everyone here will get out and support us in that. And I think I just want to encourage you all to continue to do what you're doing. It makes a difference. Makes a huge difference. And with that, I just wanted to share one more video here, brief video from one of my mentors and the people that I rely on a lot. She served on the Women's Basketball Coaches Association board alongside of me. And she is still, even though she is not still the head coach at Notre Dame, she is still a leader in our business, Muffet McGraw.
Muffet, I know you made some comments about hiring practices and what you do in the future. How important, as your career has gone on and we lost past Summit, how seriously do you take being that voice?
Did you know that the Equal Rights Amendment was introduced in 1967 and it still hasn't passed? We need 38 states to agree that discrimination on the basis of sex is unconstitutional. We've had a record number of women running for office and winning, and still we have 23% of the House and 25% of the Senate. I'm getting tired of the novelty of the first female governor of this state, the first female African-American mayor of this city. When is it going to become the norm instead of the exception? How are these young women looking up and seeing someone that looks like them, preparing them for the future? We don't have enough female role models. We don't have enough visible women leaders. We don't have enough women in power. Girls are socialized to know when they come out, gender roles are already set. Men run the world. Men have the power. Men make the decisions. It's always the men that is the stronger one. And when these girls are coming out, who are they looking up to tell them that that's not the way it has to be? And where better to do that than in sports? All these millions of girls that play sports across the country, they could come out every day and we're teaching them great things about life skills. But wouldn't it be great if we could teach them to watch how women lead? This is a path for you to take to get to the point where in this country, we have 50% of women in power. We have right now, less than 5% of women are CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. So yes, when you look at men's basketball and 99% of the jobs go to men, why shouldn't 100 or 99% of the jobs in women's basketball go to women? Maybe it's because we only have 10% women athletic directors in Division I. People hire people who look like them, and that's the problem.
So yes, a very passionate, wise woman in Muffet McGraw, and I'm so proud of her and the type of woman that she is. Let me try and get out of this here. I want to just close with this, if I can get this to pull up for you guys. There's transformational and there's transactional coaches in the world, and all of the coaches that I presented and shared in my Title IX heroes, my dad, my college coach, you know, Muffet McGraw being one of them as well, and Christine Grant, a transformational leader. That there's transactional and transformational leaders, transactional and transformational coaches. And I have to tell you that I think, you know, Dorothy of The Wizard of Oz is somebody that I think a lot about in this space of women, transformational leadership. What an incredible example she was. And I would say that a lot of these other women that I've highlighted today are as well. You know, she took a scarecrow, and all these are men, yes. She took a scarecrow who wasn't smart enough, who all he wanted was a brain. She took a tin man who didn't believe in himself, and he believed himself to be heartless, and all he wanted was a heart. She took a lion who thinks of himself as a coward, and he was in search of some courage. Dorothy herself was so focused on an end goal sometimes that she lost sight of the process. She was so focused on serving these three and helping and make sure that they made their way on that yellow brick road to find courage, find heart, find a brain. You know, it's very similar to my role as a coach, where it's my job to lead these women and to lead others in finding out who they are, finding out who loves them, finding out what they're going to do with their life. And I'm so thankful for all of those women before, similar to Dorothy, who under not easy circumstances at all, sometimes feeling like they were standing in the middle of a storm, of that tornado, continue to persevere on, who brought people alongside of them, who helped foster and navigate and mentor people and improve the opportunities that were there. And truly, that's what transformational leadership does. And I just want to implore that you all just continue doing the great work that you're doing. It's giving so many women an opportunity to continue to advance, you know, in college athletics and in my teams. I say to them all the time, basketball is not who you are, it's what you do with who you are. And Title IX has given these women an opportunity to learn exactly who they are and to develop the skills they need to go be their own Dorothys, to go be trailblazers, to go be the next Muffet McGraw, to go be the next Catherine Grant, to continue to make things better. And again, I thank you for the opportunity. I could talk all day about this, and truly hope that I can, you know, can be a resource in any kind of way that you all ever need. So thank you.
Thank you, Coach. We have a message to you from our incoming state president, Lynn Hagan. She wants you to know that AAUW Texas assisted with motivation for the Texas A&M University women's basketball program through challenges of COVID, alongside with coaches Amy Wright and Bob Starkey, and now personally assisting Joy McNillis with Southern Mississippi with the same. So our board and members were really supporting those women during this COVID.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's great. There's some great people that you've just listed right there. So that's incredible.
We have a question from a member.
Yeah.
Have there ever been any times when you felt like your son wasn't getting the same opportunities as the girls?
Well, yeah, I do think that in some ways. I mean, but I'm looking at it probably in a way that maybe that question wasn't intended. You know, I definitely am aware of what great coaching is and what great coaching isn't. And I think sometimes administrators miss opportunities to really put people in front of their kids that are, again, those transformational leaders, and they'll focus on a lot of things that are very short-lived, that, you know, don't help develop transferable skills. And I do think in women's athletics, we tend to have coaches that do want to teach their athletes, the women that are on their teams, more transferable skills. So it's kind of going back to what I was saying, that basketball is not who we are, it's what we do with who we are. And it seems to me, in my experience, and a lot of my colleagues, I think, would agree that we have a lot of coaches on the women's side that teach those things. But I've noticed my son, he doesn't get that naturally from his coaches. He gets great X's and O's, he gets great skill development, but he doesn't get as much of that that life development that I know a lot of the young women do.
If you have any other questions for the coach, please put them in the Q&A. And then I'll have a personal note here. I live in San Antonio, where we have the Alamo Dome, where we've had many of the games for the women's tournament. And it is a wonderful experience. So those people in Dallas, you need to go down there and watch the women's games, because they are fantastic.
Yeah, well, watch the college games. We have a WNBA team in Dallas as well, and I played for that league. And you know, that league is doing a lot to help, I think, bring equality. They're very, very focused on social injustice issues and assuring that, you know, the gender pay gap decreases. You know, it'll surprise many people that you'll have Olympians, you'll have the MVP of the WNBA, who, if you're sitting on a plane and you might be sitting in first class yourself, well, that Olympian is walking right past you going into coach, and so are the rest of her teammates. Those WNBA teams travel and coach comparative to their NBA partners. And yes, it's a business and it's an industry, but we can help grow that game as women ourselves by how much we invest in it. Turn the TV on, watch the game, show it to your daughters, your granddaughters, your friends, and start to expose it to help that growth happen.
And I know there's been statistics to show that even though the men's professional basketball makes more money, that the men get a bigger percentage of what they make than the women do. And the women don't get the same percentage.
Yes, you're right. Exactly.
Any more questions? Well, thank you, Coach. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you guys always stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Pebley. We really appreciate you taking time from your busy schedule to join our celebration today. AAUW has been a huge supporter of Title IX for the last 50 years. We are now at our last break for the day. Be sure to return to your screen a few minutes before 3:30. You don't want to miss any of our final speaker. This will be the last viewing for our slideshow today. We will be posting a link to these slideshows on our website soon, so you can tell your friends who couldn't join us today how great they are, and you might even use them for a recruitment tool. Also, we are recording the speakers and do plan to have them available on YouTube at a future date. And enjoy your break. Good afternoon, ladies. Welcome back. We are here for the last session today, where we'll hear from Dr. Taharee Jackson. Terry Whaley will introduce her today. Remember that all our speakers have been recorded, and we will make those recordings available later.
Thank you. Our keynote speaker today is Dr. Taharee Jackson, an enthusiastic AAUW supporter. Dr. Jackson is the founder and tone setter in chief of Dr. Taharee Consulting. She also serves as an equal opportunity manager in strategy and innovation at the Department of Defense in Washington, D.C. She entered public service as a veteran diversity, equity, and inclusion expert. She most recently served as the inaugural Chief Diversity, Equity, Belonging, and Accessibility Officer at the American Institute of Physics. Prior to that, she served as the expert consultant to the President and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program Manager for the National Defense University. She joined the federal government after a 17-year career in academia as a professor, teacher, educator, and researcher of the minority and urban education. Dr. Jackson is a certified federal equal employment opportunity counselor and a certified sexual harassment and assault prevention program sexual assault response coordinator. She is also a certified trainer of diversity trainers by the National Coalition Building Institute. Dr. Jackson holds a magna cum laude BA from Harvard University in psychology and Spanish, a master's degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Education in Human Development and Psychology, and a PhD from Emory University in Teacher and Adult Education, Multicultural Education, and Urban Education Reform. Dr. Jackson has served as the inaugural Chester M. Pierce Visiting Scholar at Harvard University and specializes in educating members of all groups to become allies and advocates for those who are different from themselves. In her spare time, she enjoys baking, exercising in the sun, and picnicking by her father's gravesite at Arlington National Cemetery. Please welcome Dr. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Terry. Are you able to hear me? May I have a thumbs up if you're able to hear me? Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. I can't think of a better way to spend my Saturday afternoon. You'll have to excuse my surroundings. I just bought a new home, so there's nothing in here but me. I apologize for the echo. But Terry Whaley was right. I am an enthusiastic supporter of AAUW. Every time they've ever asked me to do something, I've said yes, because you've played such a monumental role in my own time as a professor. I was a professor for about 17 years before going over to the Department of Defense. And I remember that I got an AAUW fellowship that advanced the same understandings and insights that I'm going to share with you today. So I just want to say I'm honored. Terry, I remember that I had about 40 minutes, so I'm going to try to stop a little earlier if we're able to take some Q&A. And so I'll just get right to it because I have so much to share and just would very much like to welcome everyone and say thank you. I think it's fantastic that we have 103 people here, at least on a Saturday afternoon. So hi, AAUW Texas, and thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen, and sometimes if I don't share the whole screen, the presentation will lag. May I have a thumbs up if people can see my screen? May I have a thumbs up? Terry, are you able to see my screen? Okay, I'm going to.
I had to unmute myself. Yes, yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, great. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Okay, everyone. The title of my talk is "The Time Is Now." Allyship urgency, the fierce urgency of now, and solidarity in the struggle for equity and social justice. I'm going to talk a little bit about this moment in time and this opportunistic sort of momentum of the moment that I'd like to take advantage of. And since you all do such a fantastic job of advocating for women everywhere all the time, this is actually the time for AAUW to really lead the way. So I'm excited to share some of my insights about how that's true. So the first thing I want to do is just sort of acknowledge the last 3 years. We just had Dr. Anthony Fauci just literally 3 days ago say, hey, I think we're out of the emergency pandemic part of this, of COVID-19, but the jury is out, right? We've got cities like Philadelphia, we've got cities like Shanghai and places in China where there are these ultra lockdowns. So I don't know if we're out of the pandemic, but I do know that the pandemic had a disproportionate effect on women and girls. I do know that women were out here on front lines, in front lines positions, sort of keeping entire economies going. I do know that when we were teleworking and schooling from home, that women were burdened with things like childcare and elderly care and other caregiving and domestic duties. The UN put out a report, and that's what this graphic is in the lower left-hand corner, about how during the pandemic, domestic and sexual violence skyrocketed because now we were in these situations as women where, the entire family was stressed, and that stress, a good deal of that stress was taken out on women. Just a couple of weeks ago, actually, I was caught in sort of the trucker convoy because people are, frustrated by the vaccine mandates and frustrated by masking mandates, which again, we've now been wearing for 3 years. So it's been really tough. If you get a chance, take a look at the Wilson Center report in the lower right-hand corner, the lasting effects of COVID-19 pandemic on women's work, health, and safety. It's a fantastic report, and it really just sort of describes the totality of how hard we have experienced pandemics, not only as women, but also in all sorts of identities. The last graphic that I'll end with is that, I don't know if people realize this, but 2/3 of student loan debt is held by women. So as we debate legislation and loan forgiveness and how to tackle inflation and how to have economic remedies from what we have lost and what's been stolen from us, everyone in the last 3 years, I would just politely remind everyone that 2/3 of student loan debt is literally held by women. So I'm going to come back to that point among some other points that I plan to make today. One thing that has kept me going during what I call multiple pandemics, because we had the pandemic of, global health emergency, but we also had a series of pretty violent, racially motivated killings, murders of unarmed Black folks all throughout the pandemic. So if you were a person of color, and particularly a woman of color, you were not only experiencing the economic impacts of the pandemic, but you were also experiencing a good bit of racism and a good bit of institutional violence within the law. But what has kept me going is women's solidarity at this time. We saw a protest about Breonna Taylor, who was shot in her sleep. We've always seen sort of remember her name protests about Sandra Bland. We've seen protests about some of the men, most notably George Floyd, who was taken down and literally murdered by the police over a counterfeit $20 bill. So even though these 3 years have been incredibly difficult for all of us, and especially and disproportionately difficult for women, women have found a way to come together for intersectional reasons, right? So when you hear me talk today, I'm going to focus a lot on gender, but I'm also going to be left with no choice but to talk about the intersections of gender, race, and class, and other identities as well. So please keep that in mind as we move forward and talk about AAUW's role in sort of addressing not only gender equity and gender parity and equity for women, but sort of the panoply of identities within femaleness, right? And within womanhood. So I'm going to address that as well. One thing that I think is really interesting about AAUW, and I've talked about this in the past, is that, we can be a microcosm of what's happening in the wider world. Now, we know that, back in 2021, which was just last year, we know that at some point we're going to have parity between white folks and people of color in this country. That doesn't necessarily distribute power, but it does have significant impacts on organizations like yours that depend on paid memberships, right? And membership in general. So one question I have for AAUW writ large is, what are we going to do to expand our tent? How can we reconsider the ways in which we invite people to be a part of our organization as members? And how can we not lose our mission and vision and focus while also responding to the world in which we veritably live? In other words, how can we all be more inclusive? And so I'm going to touch on that a bit more as well. So our short agenda for today, I only have about 40 minutes, so I apologize for that. But I want to talk a little bit about my personal journey. You heard Terry Whaley tell you that I was just the Chief Diversity Officer at the American Institute of Physics, but I've got some other things in my background that I think are really interesting as well, that presented some barriers and presented some challenges. So I just want to share that really quickly. I also sort of want to talk about what it means for us as women to band together as not only allies, but accomplices, right? So I want to introduce you really quickly to Jonathan Osler's framework so that we can locate ourselves on a spectrum of advocacy, right? And you're going to hear me say things like anti-sexism, anti-racism, anti-classism, anti-oppression, and you're going to hear me say pro-human. What does it mean to be pro-human as a women's gender-focused organization? And so we're just going to talk about all of that. And hopefully, actually, the penultimate slide is going to be an actual slide for you to sort of ruminate over and marinate in and really think through your role as a member of AAUW in forwarding conversations and action on gender parity, gender justice, and social justice writ large. Okay? All right. So one of the things that my personal journey story is going to answer is, why did I not become a pediatric neurosurgeon, right? I became a professor and an educator, and I became a researcher, but why did I not continue down the STEM path? That's something that I think about a lot, and that's a story I tell a lot. So I want to talk about that briefly. The other question that I'm going to answer is, why am I still a working poor professional, right? What is it about me as a multiracial woman of color who grew up in a poor family that continues to struggle despite all that education and all those degrees that Terry mentioned? What is it about my journey that sort of continues to make that difficult? And what can organizations like AAUW do to sort of lessen the severity of that effect for the next generation, right? And then speaking of the next generation, how can you, as a member of AAUW and AAUW as an organization, how can we collectively and individually band together to stamp out injustice everywhere it lives? Those are some of the things that I want to talk about today. Part of the reason that I'm such an enthusiastic supporter, as Terry said, of AAUW is that you have your priority house in order. I'm an educator, and I was educated in public schools from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. So what I'm going to talk about first is sort of removing bias in education, but I also want to say that every other part of your current mission set is absolutely essential. The way you help women negotiate salary, knowing full well that we still only make 74 to 81 cents per dollar when compared to men. I mean, that's significant, right? And then making sure that we are represented in leadership. I'm so proud of President Blackwell. I'm so proud of her support of newly confirmed Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's also a fellow Harvard alumna, right? I love how we support one another, and I love your mission set. And that's why I always say yes to you. Okay. All right, so just really quickly, I was able, I grew up in Roanoke, Virginia, and we only had really sort of a couple of elementary schools, and they were really divided among geographically racialized lines. But I kind of grew up in the country a little bit, and I was zoned for the white elementary school. And that's significant because I feel like my trajectory has been very different because I didn't have to go to the Black schools and the one with all the Vietnamese refugees and the one with all the new Latino and Latinx immigrants, right? So I actually went to a white elementary school. And what I enjoyed about my elementary school experience was the fact that they recognized pretty quickly that, unlike a lot of girls who receive messages from 3 to 5 years old about who should be a scientist and who should be a mathematician, I was identified as gifted. So they used to put me in a little broom closet with a couple of other boys and one other white girl. And we used to work on math problems, every week. And it was, it was a little gifted program. It was a small school, but it was the first time someone helped me to understand that I was a mathematician and that you could solve real world problems with math. Now, an issue and a barrier to that whole trajectory is that at some point in elementary school, they asked me to go to another whiter, wealthier elementary school, but I knew that I was going to be like this little Black girl in this picture on the right. And by the way, that's a recent picture from this elementary school that they wanted me to go to. And so even though I wanted to go to a school that was like the one on the right and not like the one on the left, which is almost exactly what my elementary school looked like, because we were still I was going to school with sort of lower class or poorer white people, I didn't want to be the only chip in a cookie with a frustrating ratio of chip to cookie. So I knew very quickly and very clearly that number one, I didn't want to be surrounded by boys in a math and science program, but I also didn't want to be the only person of color. So my race and gender and class sort of collided and I didn't go. But in middle school, I had a white male math teacher, right? Because pretty much all my math and science teachers were white men throughout my schooling experience. But I had an algebra teacher who recognized very quickly that I was great at math, and he made me a middle school teacher. I was his assistant. So during my class time, because I had already mastered my material, he would actually have me serve as a teacher. And I really do believe that that's the origins of my love of teaching, right? But I went to a public middle school. And so I didn't have access to, some of the early college preparation that needs to happen if you're going to make it to BC calculus in high school. I didn't really have access to things like the PSAT. I didn't have high quality teachers because, again, I was able to go to sort of the white middle school, but it was a lower class, middle school. And so I just didn't quite get where I needed to in high school because I just didn't have those offerings, even around language, right? So you begin to see trends and sort of how I was motivated. I had, someone placed high expectations on me as a scientist and said I could do well in STEM. But because there was so much sort of working against me in the public education system, it was sort of hard to rise out of that, right? So then comes high school. I went to my final 2 years of high school. I went to a governor's school for science, technology, engineering, and math. And this is an actual picture of the staff on the left, right? This is an actual picture. And I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but I did have one Indian teacher, one female Indian chemistry teacher, Manisha Hariani. And I remember that when I was applying to Harvard and all the other schools that I applied to for college, she wrote something in my recommendation. It said, I wish we could clone Taharee. She is the perfect student. She is the perfect scientist. And she's going to continue to be a fantastic chemist. So my point in sharing that is that I was very motivated all the way up to high school and even in college to be a pediatric neurosurgeon, right? I had taken organic chemistry at William and Mary, and I had done all the things, but I didn't end up pursuing that. I just did not. I ended up becoming a preschool teacher, a teacher of teachers, and a professor of professors. And there's a part of me that wonders if I forsook my plans to be a STEM major so that I could make education much better for students who should not have had to overcome and face the same barriers that I did. So we'll come back to that, but I just wanted to share that little tidbit. I'm going to skip over this and I'm going to go right to what AAUW says on its own website about sort of the lack of women in STEM and the lack of women in these really high needs, high paying areas. Because this is relevant to my second point, right? Which is, why am I a working poor professional? I have all this really expensive education with significant student loan debt, but I didn't enter into lucrative professions. I became a preschool teacher. Literally, I was a preschool and kindergarten teacher for 8 years. And 1 year I made $15,000. So throughout my career in education, I never made as much money as I was going to make as a physician or even as a scientist or as an organic chemist. And that continues to affect me now. My goal in life is to not pass along my student loan debt to my children. And I'm not even married and I don't have children. But I'm very much hoping that I can, I can resolve that before if they go and graduate from high school themselves. At my job at the Department of Defense, they often say, well, we have these high needs areas in computer science and technology and engineering and mathematics. And it's all the things that I'm well qualified to do, but I just didn't go down that path. I didn't finish that trajectory. So my salary is much, much lower. And my incentives for working there are much, much less, substantial, because I didn't finish down this path. So we'll come back to sort of what we can do to continue to remove bias from education that's preventing, young girls and women from becoming scientists and STEM folks, but also preventing them from doing lots of things that optimize their gifts and talents. So we're going to come back to that, but I just wanted to share that personal journey for that reason. Now I want to get into some solutions. Now that you know a little bit more about my background and sort of some of the things that I've faced along the way in my own profession, I actually want to talk about what to do, right? This is the so what, now what proposition. So one of the things that I want to implore us to do as individuals and as an organization is to do what it is to follow, what I call the upward gaze, right? As a woman and as women, we know what the issues are with sexism, institutional, individual, structural. I have a little diagram about that. We already know, but we need to get other people involved, right? Namely men. So let's talk a little bit about this and let's talk about what I mean by this reframing, okay? This is one of my favorite graphics to sort of help people understand sexism, just sexism, but you can use this for racism, you can use it for classism. This is one of my favorite diagrams, so people understand how deeply entrenched, isms like sexism are. We've got individual sexism, where people sort of sexually harass us. They say, crazy and esoteric things. We get assaulted, right? You can sort of pinpoint the person who wronged you or who violated you, right? But then we've got institutional and structural sexism, right? This is actually in policies and norms and laws and things that disproportionately inhibit women, for example, in places like the workplace. Now, one thing we learned about teleworking throughout the pandemic is that, wow, this is really great for families, right? To the point that we're now in the great resignation because people are like, oh my God, I can spend more time with my partner, I can spend more time with my children. But what we also learned from the pandemic is that it disproportionately affected women, right? We had women who were not only supposed to be working from home, but also now serving as a full-time teacher, a full-time cafeteria lunch and dinner lady and snack lady, a full-time caregiver for elderly parents and relatives, right? Especially if you're like me from multi-generational homes. So there are things that are imbued within institutions like education, like work, like law, that sort of work against women. Even things, obviously gender equity pay gaps, right? Just the idea that we can be overqualified and overeducated and overexperienced, but our salaries are 74 to 81% of a man's, right? So those are institutional things. And then we've got cultural sexism, right? These are ideas that people have about women, stereotypes about where women belong. There was an actual comment at my workplace, and a man said, I wish women just knew their place and would just take to it. There was a comment at my previous workplace. A man said, I have to listen to my wife at home. I don't really want to listen to a woman at work. Meaning, if a woman is my supervisor or a leader, I don't want to have to follow her lead and to do what she says, because traditionally, women wouldn't be a leader. They would be at home cooking dinner and cleaning, right? So we've got cultural things. And then, of course, we've got socio-historical sexism, which is sort of these narratives about women over time, that we are too emotional, that we are, literally hysterical. I mean, that actually used to be a medical condition, right? That we couldn't have our own bank accounts and credit cards, which is an issue that Ruth Bader Ginsburg worked on during her lifetime and during many of ours. So when we think about how sexism works, it's big and it's ugly. And here are some of the things that, that come out of that, right? We've got a female, a woman as our vice president. And, she obviously, she's in the news a lot because her staff changes. And I'm not going to say there aren't issues with that office because I'm always reading about how someone's leaving. But look at this quote over in the purple, right? Is she being rude, or have you been socially conditioned to believing that women that should be warm, positive, and friendly at all times? And if you're uncomfortable when they don't adhere to that behavior, right? So even the second highest elected official in our country faces undue criticism rooted in stereotypes that are cultural that are socio-historical, right? So we are battling a lot as women. But where am I going with this? I just want to make sure that when we are explaining sexism and we are explaining gender equity and gender parity to men, right, who can really sort of help us in this fight, and even to other women, right, we've got to understand that it's bigger than just individual collections of acts of meanness, right? We've got to make sure that we're not just talking about sexual assault and sexual harassment, right? That's huge in the military. It's like, well, no one's being harassed, then women must be fine. No, why are there no female leaders? Why are there no female colonels? Why are there no female CEOs, right? Like, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that, right? And sexism is not everyone against men. It's everyone against sexism. And we could say the same thing about racism. Racism isn't everyone against white people. Racism is everyone against racism. So I just wanted to make sure I talked about that as we move to the other part of the presentation, which I think is sort of the meatier part, right? So what are we going to do now that we understand at least one personal journey and one story around the intersections of race and gender and class? How are we going to take advantage of the momentum of the moment, right? Whether we are responding to racist events during the pandemic, whether we were responding to the pandemic itself, right? And how are we going to continue to push for gender equity and all kinds of social justice as individuals, as members of this organization, and as an innovative AAUW? How are we going to do that? Okay, so first of all, I just want to talk a little bit, well, I'm actually going to skip this part for now, but I just want to talk about this concept of pro-humanity, right? So one thing that I have to say in this space is that even though the overall goal and the advocacy element of AAUW is to specifically focus on women, we've got to be honest about all the different types of women there are, right? We've got to be aware of what it means to be a minority woman, right? Specifically a Black woman, a Latinx woman, right? What does it mean to be a lesbian? What does it mean to be a woman who is of a different faith, right? Who's not a Christian? What does it mean to be a woman who is differently abled, right? And what can we as able-bodied women do in the search for equity and ability justice, right? So from this point forward, and I only have a couple of more minutes left, make sure that you are expanding your umbrella and that we are not just talking about a certain type of woman. And I would even challenge you to think about how we could not just talk about university women, right? Because there's an entire history and a legacy about who could be accepted to universities, who could afford to get a university degree, and who can afford to pay the student loans associated with having gotten a degree. And I've given you at least one example of that today, okay? All right, so let's talk about what it means to be pro-human or anti-sexist, anti-racist, but literally pro-human for all women, right? Pro-woman, pro-human. So I want to introduce you really quickly in my last couple of minutes to Jonathan Osler's spectrum. It's called, from actors to allies to accomplices. And I want to just sort of talk about what it means to be an actor, an ally, and an accomplice, because so much a part of winning the battle for equity and social justice is doing it in cross coalition. Women's suffrage would never have happened in a lot of ways without the support of men, right? Civil rights for African Americans would never have happened without the help of those white and Jewish American freedom writers, right? So let's really think about how to be actors, allies, and accomplices for all different types of women. So if you get a chance to visit this website, it sort of breaks down what it means to be an actor and an ally and accomplice. And again, this doesn't just apply to being anti-racist, it really applies to being pro-human, right? So one thing that I think is really important for all of us members of AAUW, leaders of AAUW, is to really learn how to listen for the stories of all types of women. Because even though we are all here for women's solidarity, women in this country and around the globe have very different experiences based on race, based on ability, based on socioeconomic status, language, national origin, and all those identities, right? So let's really think about what we can do in this organization to include more people of color, right? What would it mean to listen to the stories of women of color and try to expand our brand to try and get people who are more representative, not only of the country we have, but the country we are moving toward? What does that mean for AAUW, right? The other thing is allies, right? So if actors are good listeners and good sort of professional collectors of stories, allies stand in solidarity with folks irrespective of their identity. So here you've got, two men who ended up going to the pantsuit march, the women's march, the March on Washington, whatever you want to call it, because they recognize that injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. So these are men who are saying, I'm here because if we fight for women, we can all do better, right? So allies are really sort of someone who's going to take your hand and stand in solidarity with you. What I really want you to work toward, AAUW, is being accomplices. And I need you to take this back to every corner of where you work and what you do, not only within this organization, but even in your homes. Accomplices are people who are cut from a different cloth. They take a risk and they stand up against injustice, even if no one else does. This is a woman who goes into a meeting and says, I refuse to come back unless there's a woman sitting next to me next time, because it is unacceptable that I am the only woman in this boardroom, in this, as a department chair, as an executive, as a senior leader. I refuse to serve at this place until you hire another woman, right? These are women who go out like those women that I shared the pictures I shared with you earlier and say, there was a woman who was holding a sign that said, a white mom for Black lives. And, and maybe that's triggering for some folks, because I know Black Lives Matter is sort of an incendiary term for lots of folks. But my point in sharing that picture is that she's saying, I may not fully understand the Black experience, and I may not fully understand what happens every day on the streets between law enforcement and people of color, but I do know that I'm outraged. I'm outraged by racism, and I'm here to show my support, right? So when we think about actors versus allies versus accomplices, I want you to begin to think about where you fall on the spectrum of advocacy for not only women, but all types of women. Members of the LGBTQ+ community, for example, women who are differently able, socioeconomically disadvantaged women. I really want you to think about whether you're just here to sort of listen to the story and gather that and hold space, whether you're going to say, oh, okay, now that I'm aware of the problem, I'm going to go and I'm going to advocate for policy, or I'm going to protest or do some other thing that will change, or whether you're going to become an accomplice. And you're going to act on your own, even if you get no credit or no recognition, because deep down in your heart, you know that fighting for equity, any kind of equity, is the right thing to do. So I wanted to introduce you to that. So this is the slide that I promised you as I sort of wind down and get to the Q&A portion of this presentation. But this is something that I want you to think about as members, right? I want you to think about the inclusivity of your membership. I want you to ask yourself, what does it mean to limit membership to people who have a university degree, and what is lost by that restriction? That's a hard question, and I know I'm not really supposed to ask that out loud, but I have to pose it here, because as you think about your future, and as I showed you that graphic where 2/3 of women, 2/3 of all student loan debt is held by women, and women were disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and they are disproportionately affected by inflation because so many women are heads of household, I would ask you to reconsider what really defines your membership. If it is a university degree, then how do you plan to expand that tent? And I know you give lots of scholarships, and I'm a recipient of a fellowship, and I'm grateful. But I just want you to think through what it means to restrict your membership in that way, and how you can advocate for a better and different and more diverse and inclusive membership. That is a challenge that I have for you, AAUW. The second thing is, I want you to reconsider intersectionality. I want you to consider how, as we continue to ask men, right, to be allies for us in the fight for gender justice, how can you use your empowered identities to be advocates for other types of women? If you are a white woman, how can you stand in solidarity with women of color? If you are a straight woman, how can you stand in solidarity with women on the LGBTQ+ spectrum? If you are a Christian woman, how can you stand in solidarity with Muslims and people who don't even who say I don't follow faith, right? Those are the questions that I have for you, right? Yes, we're all here to support women, but what kind of woman, right? And who is here? What stories are represented? And what type of advocacy are we willing to offer? The last thing I want to say here is that I want to learn more about what it means for us to stand in solidarity locally and globally. And this is actually from the AAUW website as well. Now, I saw on, I think it was Shayna Sabbath's email the other day, who's at headquarters here in DC. She said, well, you know, it's going to take until 2106 to reach gender parity or gender equity in pay. And I was like, oh, I'm fascinated by that number. But actually, when we talk about the time it's going to take to reach gender equity, but for which group are we talking, right? Like, what if it's Asian women, then that looks like 2041. If it's white women, that actually is closer to 2069, right? Although 2106 might be accurate because these trends are from 2019. If it is Black women, it's 2369, the year 2369, if we keep going and just do very little or no intervention. And then for Hispanic and Latina women, you all are in Texas, right? So what does it mean for you to stand in solidarity with an entire population of Latina women? Because they're not going to reach gender pay equity until 2451. And that apparently is a conservative estimate, right? So, all right, I have to stop because I wanted to leave just a few minutes for questions. I've talked a little bit about my personal journey, specifically with regard to why I didn't end up pursuing a STEM career at all and why I make significantly less now because of it. I've talked a little bit about what it means to understand any ism on multiple levels, right? And how deeply entrenched it is and why it's so important to figure out where we are on that continuum, whether we're just sort of listening to stories as actors, whether we are standing in solidarity with someone as allies, or whether we are being bold and brave in our spaces and places of work and at home and saying, I don't need anyone else to point out what's wrong with gender equity or racial equity or class equity. I already recognize that there's a problem and I'm willing to act on that based on my own outrage and based on my own desire to advocate and stand in solidarity, okay? I know I pushed through the slides because 40 minutes goes by really quickly. So if you end up needing help or thought partnership, or if you want to know where to get these reports, the UN report that I mentioned, the Wilson Center report that I mentioned, any of these things that I showed today in terms of data, please let me know. And with that, Terry, if you don't mind, we've got a couple more minutes where we can have some Q&A. And I know I'm the last speaker, but I would love to open it up and just see if folks have questions for me. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Jackson. This is Ann Barasley, and I'm going to be giving you some of the questions that our members have put forward in the Q&A section. And before we start that, just a reminder, everyone, that if you do have questions, if you please enter them into the Q&A so we can share them with Dr. Jackson. We did have a couple of requests asking if the slides are going to be available or if the links to all of those resources are going to be readily available to us.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Someone else is asking about, instead of pro-human, what about pro-sentient life? Meaning, does acting with animal welfare in mind improve how we treat our fellow humans?
Oh, that's actually a fantastic question, to be frank. And whoever asked that question, my favorite show is actually Critter Fixer on Disney, which is it's about two Black male veterinarians in Georgia, actually. And so it's my favorite show. I watch it every day when I get home from work. But so I think the connection between animal justice and environmental justice, which affects animal justice, and human justice are all interrelated. I quoted Dr. Martin Luther King when I said that an injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So I actually have serious thoughts on factory farming. I have thoughts on, the way that animals are sold. There seem to be a lot of issues with breeding and puppy mills and things like that. Although the pandemic did empty out lots of shelters because people realized how nurturing animals are and how interdependent we are on animal life. So I think the answer to that question is absolutely yes. I have personally been learning more about how to really sort of think through and advocate against factory farming and inhumane animal practices, because one of the things that's so disturbing about American enslavement is that it was based on a system, it's called chattel slavery, because it was based on a system of sort of looking at people as cattle. So if we can treat animals in a very cruel and inhumane way, we've kind of already proven to ourselves that we can translate that into the way we treat humans. So in a modern context where we don't necessarily have American enslavement anymore, it's important to think through how we are relating to animals and our environment. So I love pro-sentient being. I love that.
Okay, when you're talking about Osler's model, is that something that you see as progressive from stage to stage? Or is it one where someone could be an actor for one topic, but maybe accomplice in another area of their life?
Yes, and I'll give you an example. I am from a rural family in Southern Virginia. I grew up on a farm in Roanoke, Virginia. And I remember when, transgender issues came to light and bathroom bills started to come out. My family, who is very, Southern Baptist Christian, were like, I believe in civil rights and I think everyone should be able to vote and buy a home and get a loan and not be harassed by the police and live free lives. But I don't know about these bathrooms. and for a long time, they were a little homophobic, right? Like, we don't know about these gay people. Like, should they get married? Should they be able to adopt kids? So to be frank, the continuum is really sort of, where do you lie on various issues, right? But the goal is to always be progressing toward being an accomplice for every issue, but no one is perfectly anti-oppressive. No one is perfectly anti-racist. No one is perfectly anti-sexist. But so if in my family's example, they are strong accomplices on anti-racism. They are strong accomplices even on anti-sexism, right? They supported me as much as they could in my science and, going to Harvard and all that. But when it comes to LGBTQ plus issues and now transgender issues, they're like, wait a minute. Who are these people? What do they want? They're very trepidatious. So I don't even know if they're actors yet. I like to think that they're willing to sort of understand what transgender issues are, what transphobia is, what homophobia is, and some of the other issues that, they're learning more about. But no, they are not. They are by no means accomplices in those ways. So we really just should always be trying to be accomplices on every issue. But the reality is that we are stronger in our advocacy along different lines. Great question.
Well, and it also sounds like being an accomplice takes a lot of effort.
Yes.
We don't necessarily all have the effort to give every issue.
Yes. And we have to find our sphere of influence, right? Like, I would be exhausted if I went to every protest every time someone was murdered by the police, right? I actually don't go to any protest because my advocacy and my activism is in my scholarship and speaking. Right. So even the ways in which we participate as accomplices and allies and actors looks very different, because I can't physically be at every protest. But what I can do is do a podcast and write an article and be a keynote speaker and conduct workshops, because that's my sphere of influence. So that's a really important point.
Let's see. Lots of comments about this is a great presentation, that people are enjoying it. We have someone who is mentioning that AAUW in August, looks like on the 6th of, okay, well, the date on here says 8/6/2020. So I don't know if this has already taken place or if the year is typed wrong, but apparently there is something called Holding Space, how to start and continue conversations on race, equity, and inclusion that they're recommending.
Oh, that sounds familiar. I might have participated in that. Yeah, so if you're plugging that, that's actually recorded. And so, yeah, that sounds really familiar. Like I said, I say yes to everything AAUW because it's hard to find an organization that is fully committed to entire groups of people like women, but also not afraid to question itself, right? So part of the reason that I started to talk about membership requirements and broadening your tent, and are we talking about all women, is that people can forget sometimes that intersectionality doesn't always play out in the same way. So for example, I mentioned women's suffrage, right? But what people don't always realize is that every woman didn't get the right to vote for suffrage. That was really sort of white women, that's white women's suffrage, right? So we've got to remember that there are lots of different types of women. And in that particular talk, I talked about how as women corporately, we're going to have to become a lot more comfortable talking about all of who we are. Because if AAUW is only ever going to admit certain types of people, then your membership is in danger, right? And the things that you care about, and if they continue to just sort of, be a little more narrow, I'm worried, right? So that's actually why it's so important to sort of talk about race specifically. But then today you gave me this opportunity to really just sort of talk about what does it mean to advance this organization given the changing world? That's really an important point.
Okay. I am not seeing any other questions. If anyone else has a question, if you'd please type it in the Q&A. And if any of our other panelists have questions, because you cannot access the Q&A, if you'd go ahead and turn on your mic and ask those questions.
Dr. Jackson, can you give the website again for Actors, Allies, and Accomplishments?
Yes. Yes, actually, it's on the slide, but so again, Jonathan Osler originally came up with this specifically for white folks who are well-meaning, who want to understand racism, and who want to figure out how best to optimize their gifts and talents to really fight for any type of equity, but especially racial equity. So the name of the website is actually www.whiteaccomplices.org. Okay. But the reason that it's a lot more universal because you can apply that framework to any ism, sexism, classism, ableism, any of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I haven't received any other questions. I don't see that any of our other panelists have a question. We'd like to really thank you. And I know that Gloria has some more closing comments to speak with you about.
Yes, thank you. That was very powerful, Dr. Jackson. Thank you so much for being with us today. And to remind people, you can go to the AAUW website under membership, under recorded programs, and find Dr. Jackson's talk with Kim Churches back from a couple of years ago. That's where I found her.
So, I'm all over you, AAUW. I love your organization. I do.
And we really are inspired by all you have to say. And may we all get on our ladder and work up to accomplices.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And I had a comment sent to me by text message saying, gee, thanks for saving the most energetic person for the last. It helps in a long day of sitting in front of the computer. So
a lot. I call it a form of professional hazing because they either have me go before lunch or after lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, is someone out there prepared to show the slide of our new board members? Did Chastity pass that job off to someone? Ann or Paula? Perhaps not, or perhaps here she comes. Yes. There we go. Thank you, Anne. I just wanted to take this opportunity here at the end of the afternoon for anyone who missed the early morning session to reintroduce your 2022-2024 AAUW Texas Board, starting with President Lynn Hagan, Program Vice President, Mary Smith. Funds Vice President, Margie Poole. Membership Vice President, Sarah Wood. Finance Officer, Diane Roberts. Secretary, Lucy Barrington. North District Rep is Sherry Butler. Central District Rep will be Cheryl Fuller. And South District Rep, Betsy Calabro. And West District is still looking. So we appreciate all these ladies and ask you to consider how you can help them. They take office on July 1st. And remember that there are many appointed positions on the state board. And so if you're looking for a way to help and didn't run for election, but you want to get just a little bit more involved in AAUW, you can apply, tell Lynn or me that you are willing to serve in one of the appointed positions and investigate that. Okey-dokey. Thank you again for everyone who helped with this event. Chastity Crawley, our tech guru, and Terry, Malinda for handling the Q&A part. We appreciate your attendees. We couldn't have done it, had no reason to do it if we didn't have you with us. We appreciate that, having all of the attendees here today. And we ask you to look for the event out evaluation in your email coming out soon so that you can tell us what we did right and what else we could do to improve things before we do the next one. Are there any other questions from anybody before we head on out? And are all the questions covered?
Yes, Gloria, there are no more. Let's see. There was one more. Okay, someone has shared a number of resources with us that we can then share out to others after this event.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
Just a couple of comments. We had several questions about the slideshows, and apparently there were some pictures that weren't shown that should have been. We will get those out somewhere on the website or the YouTube page or someplace, but we'll work on that. After the conference, you will receive both an email for comments and a survey. So you will get two different things from Zoom to be able to give us feedback.
Okay, that's good to know. And as we leave, we have one more little bitty slideshow that's a thank you and a farewell to those members who are going off our state board. And we appreciate all their time, and these people have earned a good vacation come June 30th. And that's all we have from this end today. Thank you for everyone who came, whether you could come for the whole day or whether you just made a speaker or two. And Ann will share our final screen. Thank you, Ann.
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. The weekend comes.
Oops. Try that again. Okay, one more time. I don't know why it's not going. I don't know.
Gray sky, hello blue. There's nothing can hold me when I hold you. It feels so right, it can't be wrong. Rocking and rolling all week long. Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. Sunday, Monday, happy days.
That's